out in Shanghai. Ronnie O'Sullivan. Here's the introductions then. It's Luca Brecel making his way into this vast auditorium. What a day it's going to be. Nice introductions there, Luca Brecel. As I say, the reigning world champion. And there is the 3 times defending champion. Yeah, the living legend is correct. The intros and the roar goes up as the man makes his way in. Referee there, Peggy Lee. She'll be overseeing this final.
So, before the game gets started, it's welcome our competitors to take a photograph of the trophy and wish them good luck.
So the seedings, they've got absolutely right. It's the number 1 and the number 2. There they are, just standing by the trophy, getting some nice pictures after the introductions. Just to let you know, we have 10 frames of this first session. It's a best of 21 frame final. 10 frames this morning. And then a possible 11 frames in this evening's session.
Do a toss now.
4 frames.
What's the call?
Traditionally, before the interval.
Who won the toss and break? First frame, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Off we go then. It's Ronnie O'Sullivan to get the Shanghai Masters final underway. Yeah, they both made their way into this final through a really difficult draw, as you can imagine. Top 16 in the world were here with 8 wildcards. And I know we're all very much looking forward to such a big occasion, as is my colleague Fergal O'Brien. It's a big one, Fergal, this.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, really looking forward to it. It's been a great tournament, and I think with these 2 players you feel more or less guaranteed a great final.
Yeah, of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan has had a day off. He played on Friday to book his spot here in that rearguard action against Mark Selby. A couple of massive frames, wasn't it? Frame 14 is one that you would immediately think of. He was 7-6 behind and produced a wonder clearance the last 5 reds and went away from the great man. Luca Brecel yesterday against Neil Robertson, he sort of had the upper hand pretty much all the way. He always had that 2 or 3 frame cushion that saw him towards the winning line. Both coming through 10-7 in those respective semi-finals.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crucial today at the start of each frame, the battle between both of them to try and get control, get the first chance. It'll be interesting to see Ronnie's mindset going out today. Does he back himself? That I think most people agree he has a superior safety game. Does he try and use that to its full extent, but also doesn't want to feel like he's taking a backward step? But just Luca's range of shots is so vast. I think you have to give that due care and attention. Or does he try and be aggressive, try and beat Luca to the punch? Likewise, Luca's safety will have to be good. Not just good, probably very good. O'Sullivan playing side on every shot to try and maximise every shot, cause the greatest difficulty for his opponent. Great test for Luca. Obviously he passed it in the World Championships quarter-final, but over the distance playing Ronnie, it's going to test every part of his game.
Yeah, just to give you the head-to-heads, it's 3-2 in wins for Ronnie O'Sullivan, but by far the biggest was that 5 months ago at the Crucible. Luca came into that 3rd session 10-6 behind, got the job done by winning the last 7 frames, no less, on his way to the title at the
Yeah, the world champion against the world #1. Doesn't get any better than that. Just containing safety from Luca. That red close to the right corner, just causing Ronnie problems there. That's why he's gone down. To have a look, where exactly can he leave the white? And of course, there's also red close to the left corner. So not just the positioning of the white, but also as close as possibly can to that ball cushion. Couldn't have played it much better. That just reduces Luca's options. And all of a sudden, after a few safety shots, a few reds have started to come out of the way from the pack. Okay, with the black not being in play, as a result, they had to try and force it, and get back up the table for the blue. Just made it a little bit more difficult.
It was interesting, Ronnie deliberately leaving that red, wasn't it? You know, quite an interesting tactical move early on. It was one that he knew, I think, that Luca was obviously going to have a go at, but he set the trap. It seems to have worked. So first chance to the world #1.
Yeah, sometimes you can't avoid leaving your opponent some shot, but that's why it was crucial that he left the white so close to the ball cushion.
7.
And also, Luca then had very little angle as well. So first real
8.
chance of the final to Ronnie. He'll be anxious, as always, with Ronnie as soon as he can to get the black into play. Obviously available into one pocket. Chances are, when he pots the black, of course, he'll probably land on the red on the left-hand side near the cushion.
15.
So really kind of a little bit of tidying up nearly here to do for Ronnie to get the black free and available into both pockets, and then from there try and get into the pack.
Yeah, just touching on
23.
that semi-final, Ronnie, against Mark Selby. I did think, certainly for the first half of that match, he was searching for his best form. And as is often the case with him, one moment of inspiration, and it was definitely frame 14.
30.
65 behind, he produced pure magic
31.
to make the clearance, and from there he went away from his opponent. So it certainly feels to me like he's coming into this final in a very good frame of mind. That one's gone astray. That's end of break, barring a thin cut, I think, to middle.
38.
Just lost the cue ball, not like him.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 38.
Yeah, we almost take it for granted that when Ronnie's in amongst them on 30 or 40, you're just automatically going to clear every time. We had a very uncharacteristic mistake from Ronnie there. His cue ball control is usually immaculate. Okay, classic example there of Ronnie's safety play, playing it with a bit of side deliberately to try and bring the white ball back over to that side. Be interesting as well, Ronnie's safety today. Does he play thick, aggressive safety shots off the pack? Does he play them quite thin, keep the pack tight, and play them with side and let the white ball get into the position he wants? Seems to block the red that's in bog. Even for somebody of Luca's ability, testing along red. Yeah, and if he misses it, he feels he's automatically going to leave Ronnie a chance probably to win the frame. There's pressure on this. Yeah, you can see the cue right across it there. Right hand side just pushed it away.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It's not a good feeling, that, as a player, isn't it, when you hit across that type of shot.
One.
Doesn't have to concern himself with the black at all here. With this lead, pink, plenty of reds out in the open.
7. Thirteen. 14.
Certainly appears to be a little bit sharper today, particularly at the start of the match. A little bit more at peace with himself. And of course having the confidence of beating not just John Higgins but Mark Selby, and the way he did, the way he finished both matches,
20.
will give him confidence.
21.
Yeah, we take for granted some of the exploits, the form and the achievements of Ronnie O'Sullivan. Just looking back to, again, that a couple of days ago against Mark Selby, that 66 clearance from 65 behind to, excuse me, almost light the fuse, because from 7-all, 113, 101 and 99 to finish 10-7. It's as good as it gets. Can't play any better than that. Yes, he didn't get this done at the first time of asking, but this pink is frame ball.
$34. 35.
Yeah, similar to his match with John. Obviously John certainly let him off the hook, but look at towards the end of the match, typical great champion, sprinted over the winning line
42.
rather than being fearful of it.
$47. 48. Foul. Ronnie O'Sullivan, 48.
Yeah, the end-off clearly won't matter. So Ronnie O'Sullivan, in 2 visits, has got the first frame of the Shanghai Masters final underway. He bossed it and he leads. Luca Brecel, 1 frame to 0. Welcome back to the grandest of stages
Second frame.
in Shanghai. Luca Brecel didn't get a foothold in frame 1. Off we go, frame 2. 10 frames to be played in this session, 4 and then the interval. It's an unusual number, isn't it, to have 10 frames before, you know, in the first session all told. I don't know if that's ever been a thing.
Yeah, a couple of times in the Shanghai Masters, but other than that, traditionally, I said it's best of 19 is the final distance, 9 and 10.
Yeah, clearly players in a way jockeying for position to come back tonight for the final session, but of course barring 5 all, it stands to reason there's going to be a 2-frame gap or a 4-frame gap. So yeah, it's an unusual number. I suppose in the end it doesn't really matter. It's first to 10 as Luca Brecel gets his final up and running. Superb red to right middle. It's what he's good at, I think, isn't it? Those kind of shots that need unerring accuracy, he seems to find the target.
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, that's the problem for Ronnie as well today. Not just with Luca's cue pair, but also his range of shots. Unusual shots, quirky shots. Not only does he go for them, but more importantly, he gets them. So what's safe or deemed safe against, probably at least 90% of the players, is not safe against Luca. Again, he's going to go for them. And that just puts pressure on the safety, as I said before, not just the length, but where exactly you're going to put the white.
16. I
think Luca far less likely to get bogged down in tactics or game plans. Just sees it, pots it. Very aggressive shot selection.
22.
You know, need to create something here. Looking forward to there and potting that red. Obviously, the pink blocking the path of the blue. Looks to be quite straight even on the yellow. Obviously, loads of cue power. Decides to screw back for the reds. You need all of that power. Yeah, not overly happy with that strike.
25.
Looked like it could be end of break, but again,
Pink ball.
picked out a little gem there. Of course, has the pink over the middle pocket to continue it. Somebody this dangerous, it's just an uneasy feeling to play against, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. His cue ball just seems to cover every blade of grass, so to speak, doesn't it? He's brilliant to watch. Unconventional, but he's definitely improved in these situations. When he's in close, you know, generally his cue ball does manoeuvre around the table, but his cue ball is, I think, improving all the time, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And you feel it's only going to get better.
40.
There's no problem creating the
41.
chances. And in amongst them, if he starts getting even more clinical, he's going to be very, very hard to beat.
He's a player as well, I think it's difficult for other top players to get at. That's, you know, that's always part of it, isn't it? You want to get someone at it, you know, get them under pressure. It's difficult to get put pressure onto Luca Brecel. That was another shot that was quite unconventional. There's always that thing in matches, isn't there, when you admire in some way your opponent, and there's a lot to admire with Luca when he's playing. shots like that, spinning into the pack, getting the white moving, you think, oh, that was a good shot. That was another one. There's a lot of that with Luca.
Absolutely, yeah. And as you said, you never really can't read too much off him. Great temperament. He's no tells as such. Very rarely do you see him get annoyed, bang the table like you might see with other players. And again, the biggest tell is that he never compromises. Doesn't go into a shell at these big occasions. The World Championship was a classic example of that. That old Steve Davis adage, to play as if it means nothing when it means everything. Such an asset.
63.
Yeah, it's been quick fire stuff. And this black should be frame ball.
Also as well,
70.
not intimidated by Ronnie. A lot of times players have been a little bit apprehensive, a little bit fearful.
71.
Luca's beaten him twice before, and of course more importantly the World Championship, so that's not an issue. Sometimes you see with players when they become World Champion for the first time, they've been a little bit a burden, whether it's restricted them or they felt pressure, but I think if there's any player or person that can deal with it really well, it's
79.
Luca. Just goes about his business. Looks like it. Loving life, loving playing snooker. Why wouldn't you? Seem to have travelled the world this summer.
86.
Looking at his
87.
posts on social media. It was the best advertisement ever for winning the World Championship.
$94. 95.
A lovely break.
Yeah, fantastic break. The first red was outstanding. And there's the roar. The perfect response
100.
by the world champion.
101. $107. 109. 112.
It's so clear to see this boy's got talent to burn, isn't he? Talent in bundles. He's just brushing these in.
Yeah, and Ronnie knows it very well. Ronnie was gushing in his praise after he'd beaten him for the talent he has.
127.
So we were hoping for a good start. With this 134 for Luca, that just signifies it. Brilliant break.
A typical brisk and breezy, excuse me, 134 by the world champion. And he's back on level terms. This final is truly underway. It's one frame all.
RonnieO'Sullivan.
And then a sparkling 134 by Luca Brecel to draw level. It's 1-all, off we go, frame 3.
I said, I just feel this is nearly where the match is going to be won and lost. These kind of very early exchanges. I just feel whoever gets in first, every chance they can win the frame from it.
Conditions can be a little sticky in Shanghai, as we know, but I think the conditions overall, in terms of the bedcloth on this table, you'll see it here with a safety shot. The cue ball runs out beautifully towards baulk, and it's one of those that the players will enjoy. It seems to run out that bit more. That doesn't look like it's going to reach the baulk line. Of course, it's not maybe quite, but it just runs out nicely. Players enjoy that.
Yeah, exactly. When you're playing those safeties, particularly if you're catching a little bit thick, you don't want to feel like you're forcing them. Very unlike Ronnie there. Kind of shot swinging around the angles. Brilliant at.
One.
But every safety shot Ronnie plays today, you'll have to give this full attention, because we've already seen in the last frame how dangerous Luca is. Not just from distance, but obviously in close. So they let that slip away. I was hoping to be on the black. Tremendous pot. Again, you fully expected he would pot it, as difficult as it was. And again,
6.
that extra bit of power to bring it back, effortless.
It's one of those shots, actually, you get the feeling well, Luca enjoys it. He wanted to be on black, as you rightly say, but it's like, oh, lovely. Lovely.
Yeah. Gives him a chance to flaunt his game.
Yeah, yeah. So gifted.
Seven.
Yeah, I think he's just looking to see there if he can more or less pot the black and put the white where it is now. That red at the bottom of the pack, if he was there, he could pot it and open the pack.
$40. 15.
Getting a little bit short of pace there. Quite straight on the black here. Probably have to just resort to playing the red into the middle, then trying to get back on the black with an angle. $22. 23. Yeah, poor enough there to land straight. Well, what we thought was straight. Did very well to generate that action on the white ball.
28. 29.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff, isn't it? Once again, the cue ball, so making a few journeys here and there, but he's able to keep this going. Now, this is a toughie if he plays with left-hand side. 2 cushions. Has one loose red. Oh, just gone wrong. He keeps you guessing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I think he keeps himself guessing, actually.
Yeah. Better staying quiet, let him play it. I keep saying it's just those range of shots. So
Yes.
what do you think his end of breaker for normal people is? He can find something. He'll have to find something here again. Yeah, cue that very poorly there.
Luca Brecel, 34.
Yeah, that little contribution of 34 is all part of the charm of Luca Brecel, the way that he plays. A few sparkling shots here and there, and then a shot that he wouldn't mind me describing as a sort of club player effort, that the one with the rest, but he just sort of brushes it off. Shot to nothing here, perhaps, below the pink. Ooh, that was, again,
RonnieO'Sullivan, 4.
Don't know even if he hit the right red there. Not looked a fairly standard shot. That shot to nothing. We'll see it again. Well, if he went for your shot to nothing, he literally hit the red on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're all a bit mystified.
When you found it, you did tiny touch the yellow, so it was a miss. Just letting you know, so.
Oh, that makes sense. That's why he hit the other side of the red. When he played the shot. Oh, good look at this.
Tiny little bit.
Yeah, the last time when he played, he actually just glanced the yellow. That's why the white took a different path. This will test the referee now.
I mean, why would Ronnie leave?
Got it right in.
He wants them replaced, so this is going to take a lot of work. That's the first thing for Peggy Lee, our referee. But Luca has a bog standard shot to nothing. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Wouldn't be at all surprised if Luca pots. If it was to pot the shot on, that's of course if he's on it. Or of course, the fact that Luca then went in off, you think Ronnie would back himself maybe from put it on the balk line. Does the red beside the blue go?
Yeah, this is going to take a few minutes. I mean, don't know exactly how many reds moved, but it was a few. It was a good spot by Peggy Lee, the actual foul on the yellow.
Yeah, and of course, also in playing that shot, a red did go into the pocket as well, so that has to be replaced.
Yeah.
这个吧，然后这个吧。
Yeah, thankful. I'm very thankful I'm not down there.
Yeah, absolute nightmare for a referee.
Yeah.
是这个吧？
Yeah.
这颗没事。
Yeah. If you've just walked in, just trying to replace the balls, it hasn't been abandoned the match. Yeah, just brushed it. Well, it's been very important, apart from the reds, in a half an hour's time, when she does put the white back, that it's exactly where it should be, where it was,
还有4个。
in relation to that Luca has the exact potting angle for the shot to nothing.
好，我知道。
This is where it's. I mean, this is as difficult as it gets, replacement-wise. It's one of those that you would hope that
这个怎么摆？
maybe bring an iPad or something down to the table set, but we can't. I'm assuming that's not a thing, but this is just a horror story to get these replaced.
Yeah, if there was some way you had a camera above and it could literally imprint the picture of the table before it was played, so she'd be able to see exactly and then just literally drop the reds, replace them. Whereas she'd literally gone ball by ball to her assistant. And in this instance, it's going to be 7 or 8 shots have to be individually replaced, all important, and as I said, none more important than the white.
Just while this is going on, just to let you know, you can watch the second session. The second session gets underway at 12:30 UK time. That's 1:30 Central European time. Neil Foulds and David Tendon will be with you. That's all on Discovery Plus, of course.
可以吗？ You happy for this? Just give me a second. Okay, so you're happy for the 21.
It feels to me like there was a red farther to the left that was a potential problem, but anyway, that was a tough job. So off we go again.
Yeah, interesting there. Luke either decided he didn't have the angle, or maybe because it was confusion. Could be a good bit of sportsmanship there. Yeah, it's possible Luca there, because it was such a fine margin, didn't want to play it, or didn't want to be seen to play a shot that wasn't on. So, classy touch there from Luca, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. That would have been... It's one of those, if you play the shot that you tried to play first time round, of course, miss the yellow, pot the red, you know, your opponent may be, well, hold on a minute. But all's fine and well. Yeah, I agree, that was classy. As was that. Superb red now looking for a bounce. A big one. Just about on it.
right in the jaw of the middle pocket. Left himself a testing red here. Passed the test pretty well, has to be said. Not just the accuracy, but beautifully struck. Long backswing, lovely slow, smooth delivery of the cue, and hit it absolutely perfect.
11. 12. 19. 20. 26. 27.
Two reds close to the side cushion are going to cause the problem. He wants to win in one visit.
$34. 35. 41. 42. 49.
Yes, Fergal says it's all going to be about those two reds. What can he do with them?
$50.
Here we go then.
$57.
Would have liked to probably been a little bit higher on the black playing that shot, but couldn't really get into that position from the previous red. And then a lovely 61 break.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 57.
Left Ronnie a possible shot to nothing. Again, if he was to go for it, he'd be coming back down towards the black. And that black would make it 35 ahead.
Yeah, that was a beautiful positional shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, those two reds we've seen in this frame from distance just struck the ball so well. Always lets the cue do the work. And even if he needs power, never seems to hit it hard. Certainly never hits it any harder than he has to.
Foul.
Not sure exactly the foul there. Definitely an in-off.
Yeah, there might have been about 3 fouls on that one. He maybe just touched a bulk colour with his...
Yeah, you can see the yellow.
The yellow there.
To be fair, Ronnie called it himself straight away, as soon as he felt it.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, doesn't it? All of a sudden. Excuse me, 31. instead of 35. That gives Luca a lot more breathing space.
Yeah, fell, but obviously not a miss.
That's twice, isn't it? It's half loose. Is that kind of mistake going to be good enough in the end game? As Fergal says, Ronnie's been good at this so far. There's another. There's another.
One.
This level, you just cannot leave a glimmer of a chance like that.
Yeah, it's those little mini games at certain times during the match. Luca's going to have to win.
7.
Again, when you're playing safety, you don't always have to play a brilliant telling safety. A lot of the time, it's just a case of when your opponent comes to the table, he can't pot a ball.
Yes, absolutely. Ronnie picks up the pieces from a couple of Luca Brecel's safety errors and is back in front again. The defending champion leads 2-1.
Of course, Luca Brecel over 200 centuries. You'll agree, Alan, that all the good players have had over 200 centuries in their career.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, myself and Fergal managed to squeak past over 200, I think, but
managed to squeaking into the conversation.
Yes, off we go then. The frame before the mid-session interval. There was an argument, I suppose, I don't know, for the fact that we have 10 frames in this first session. Was there an argument for 5 and 5? That doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I think
but
so. I think it might even actually be more prevalent tonight, because if it was to go all the distance, the last session, when they come back from the mid-session, they potentially could have 7 frames. So certainly tonight probably could be 5 and 6, probably more relevant. So 4 is just the standard amount. But probably certainly tonight could be a bit lopsided.
yeah, I mean, ultimately, of course, it doesn't matter. Just thinking more so of the crowd, to give them an even amount of time between that mid-session. But yeah, 10 frames to be played before coming back tonight.
Excellent safety there from Ronnie. Gap though for Luca. With the yellow, blue and brown being so close together, it's a big target to try and get a safety, potentially get it behind those. We see both players nearly every shot trying to get it there, desperate to try and get it there, gain an advantage.
One of the problems Luca may have in this final is the fact that Ronnie has ultimate respect for Luca. I don't think that's true of all players. As I say, he does respect and I think enjoy playing against Luca Brecel. So that might go against the world champion.
Yeah, Ronnie's going to give not just Luca, but every shot is full attention, absolutely no complacency, and just try and rise to the challenge. Very focused today, Ronnie. You can see right from the start how focused he was. Just totally engrossed in the game. Looking to try and gain any advantage. I think Luca fearful playing off the pack. The black is in play, kind of in the path of the white. And then maybe to try and avoid it, and might end up playing a little bit thicker. Played a little bit thicker. With a bit of exercise just to get in, get away and avoid the black. Get Ronnie probably play something similar. Figure of 8 safety shot it's called. Luke will probably return the compliment. If you get the white behind the green, even not directly, even on the cushion, we just block this shot that both players are playing the last few shots. And again, unless Ronnie gets cover, Luke will be playing the same shot again.
One of those cruise ship frames, isn't it? With the red's just going to one side.
It's putting a stalemate anyway.
One.
Very fortunate there. Not just to get the pot, but look where he is. Probably play the blue, get that back in its spot. Because the pink's out of action. The back you feel within a couple of shots, we will be able to get on it. But worst case scenario, you can certainly racking up the points just with the blue. But again, even if you did pot the black early on, going back in its spot, it's going to be blocked into both pockets.
7.
Yeah, it's a good point you make, because there's not massive value in even getting the black back on its spot just yet. If anything, it congests that area, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's more like adding to the problems. I think it really looked like he pot the red, and it was only when he was on the black he kind of realised the consequences of it. Yeah,
it may well be the case that the black is on to left corner, but maybe get to find out later. But either way, yeah, the brown's just too difficult to take on, so tuck in.
Luca Brecel 15. One.
same problem as he had the last time.
Five.
Not the worst little glance ever. Able to keep the break going. Just coming down to have a look. Try and solve the puzzle. Clearing those reds on the to the right corner. Try and open them up. Actually, the black going to the left corner makes a massive difference.
Yeah, he didn't give us any clue as to whether it was on, but oh, it was tight and it's gone wrong.
Luca Brecel, 11.
Played that quite casually.
Yeah, as we clearly see, definitely went. It's actually not the full pocket, definitely enough for the black to go.
1.
Quite a bad miss in the end. Unexpected. So maybe, as you said, careless, or maybe just a lapse of concentration. He'd been working hard, got into position, and literally just for a second switched off.
9.
Every shot, even the simple ones, require full attention.
$17.
Struck that very well.
24. RonnieO'Sullivan, 24.
Slight. Yeah, slightly awkward queuing there for Ronnie, but we still fully expect him just to pot it. Even by Luca's standards there, there was a lot of cue from his bridge hand. Obviously, he had to use the extension and stretch.
Luca Brecel, 8.
Couple of misses just starting to creep into the game that haven't been there before. That just adds to the importance of this frame.
One.
Could be potentially the first psychological blow of the final. If your opponent wins a frame in one visit, it doesn't seem to hurt as much as a frame when you've had chances. And again, apart from even that, also than the scoreboard, obviously the difference between being 3-1 to Ronnie or 2-all is important as well.
9.
Got about as close as was possible to this red. Now, what sort of angle can he muster on this black, providing the red goes in, obviously? Sort of chance sometimes that he actually, I think, quite enjoys, where you got to be super creative. Yeah, it was awkward, wasn't it? That yellow was just a...
RonnieO'Sullivan, 16.
That's an obstacle for his cue arm.
Yeah, you could even see a couple of times, even adjusting his shirt, the sleeve, cuff. Just an anxious look from Luca, just making sure there isn't a gap. There's a slight gap in the path between the green and blue. Maybe a little bit fortunate. These are the kind of exchanges, Alan, I think that are going to be crucial for Luca. Just not to do anything careless. And, as I said, in a little mini game of who puts the next red, he certainly would make Ronnie favourite. At the last frame, played a few careless safety shots, which Ronnie capitalised on. Great pot.
One.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. I was just thinking, players see different patterns when they're in scoring, don't they? You also see different patterns in the safety side of it, with a couple of reds left. What's the best move? That sort of thing. They all see it differently. Ronnie, of course, I agree, you would think is a bit more accomplished in that department. Safety side of it, that is.
6.
Yeah, might be looking to try and disturb the red away from the pink, but again, of course, even if you got in close, guaranteed a snooker. Probably just nudge both red and white onto the cushion, obviously with the pink in between.
Yeah, he sort of finished a bit too close to it, didn't, because the escape now is, he might not get it first time, but there's no danger. He's going to get the red within 2 or 3 shots at the most, and he certainly isn't going to leave it, you wouldn't think. All right, Luca might be able to dictate from here, but he didn't get a lot of value.
Yeah, wasn't able to maximise the shot totally. Foul
Yeah.
there, yeah, missed altogether.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting the way that Luca played the yellow. I think you either play not to release it and just play for the snooker and put your opponent in trouble, or you play full-blooded to shift it. He kind of did neither. It's interesting.
Yeah. It's kind of like he more or less pot the yellow and then decided what he was going to do, whereas beforehand, if he decided to play the snooker, I said he could have played a very telling safety and brought the red. He still would have been behind the pink, but the red would have been an open play. As you said, the red being on the side cushion.
Yeah.
It was no great advantage.
So obviously the free ball.
He obviously can't roll it behind the black, has to play another colour.
Green ball.
Quite careless from Luca there to not hit the red altogether. Not so much even the 7 points, just you feel like he had control of the frame, he's given it away. Ronnie's able to dictate it.
Foul and a miss. RonnieO'Sullivan 4. Free ball.
Can he pot the green, somehow leave an angle on the black?
Green ball.
Manufacture an angle, try and take that red out. Never looked like he had that angle.
Yeah, he's going to be eyeing up the brown here. This looks good, doesn't it?
1.
He's got to just miss the yellow. Spinning round the corner. He'll get close to it if he misses the yellow.
Yeah, didn't go close enough to the yellow.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get deep enough.
Yeah, had to be as close as you possibly could to the yellow to make that angle.
RonnieO'Sullivan 5. foul. RonnieO'Sullivan 4.
Again, another careless from Luca. That wasn't overly difficult safety shot. Again, those extra 4 points make a difference. That Luca, even if he pots this red, tries to clear, will need that pink on the side cushion. Again, just gone a little bit careless, a little bit ragged. And these are crucial moments. It's not so much even, maybe it's called a lack of discipline, but just lack of attention to detail. He's playing the best player ever. These fine margins are crucial.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's sensing where the danger lies. Of course, he gives it, you know, concentration and stuff, but sometimes you just got to batten down the hatches with certain shots and just make sure you don't make a mistake that you're going to regret.
Yeah, in tennis terms, just get the ball back over the net.
Yeah.
Make him play a winner. I think he's just about on the green. Again, of course, 19 ahead. Green for 22. Should be on the brown then.
Yeah, perhaps the biggest shot of the session so far, and it goes, Ronnie. With a straightforward brown, so it's going to be 3-1.
17.
Yeah, looking at that little passage of play there. Ronnie didn't play a really telling safety. He didn't force an error from Luca. Luca just a little bit lax, a little bit careless. And again, he's paid the price.
Yeah, Luca Brecel's had enough, so not for the first time in this final at the Shanghai Masters. RonnieO'Sullivan has picked up the pieces and the odd mistake from the world champion. RonnieO'Sullivan holding sway at the moment. 3-1 to the good. 6 more frames to come in this session.
Similar pattern to previous frames. Both players looking to get control. That side shot a lot thicker than you'd have liked. I think he was hitting them a little thick to open them, but obviously not that thick.
Luca Brecel 1.
And again, probably could have been a little bit, played a little bit better. Obviously fearful not reaching the brown altogether, but still left a gap, too big a gap between the white and brown. Ronnie come down to have a look with regard to the red beside the black. I don't think he can catch it thin enough and avoid the black. I don't think he can hit the red and not hit the black. So let's look at if he just plays a dump shot and just try containing. But if he leaves the white down there, what will he leave Luca? Can he avoid leaving him a shot? So he tried to manufacture something. But I think Luke can still clip this one. It's quite, like he's close to, obviously quite thin. No guarantee at all where the white is going. So he does just try and commit to the pot. It's quite thin. Yeah, better shot than look there off with Pewee. So from that early safety exchange, he's got the first chance.
5.
Important
6.
frame as the all-out, but certainly doesn't want to go 3 frames behind, even if it is early stages against Ronnie's such a good front runner. Generally gets stronger with the lead.
Eleven.
Just overran that white slightly there. So potting this red, he's going to be canning another red. Position a little bit trickier.
12.
Play it well.
Yeah, there's always going to be someone playing catch up. Of course, for the time being, it's Luca, but as we know from recent history, he's never one to panic.
$19.
Yeah, I don't think he's on one. Certainly not to the right corner, barring a plant.
Yeah, it's a poor shot there. He's not on any ready. Massive margin for error. Again, typical Luca. Able to put a tricky red, get out of trouble, continue on. You just feel he's creating chances. You just feel when he's in amongst them, just tighter control of the cue ball. As we said, it's a great asset to be able to play nearly any shot and get yourself out of trouble, but the fact that he shouldn't be in trouble and he won't always get away with it. But
28.
a bit more entertaining to watch.
It certainly is. Keeps you guessing. Virgil says keep the cue ball under
35.
closer order if you can. Of course, this game's not played in a piece of paper, it's
36.
easy saying it. These guys make the game look that easy. We sometimes get blasé about these things, but the point is, his opponent today, his cue ball is exemplary, almost always.
43.
Already had to recycle this break a couple
44.
of times.
Again, just a little instance there, just being straight. It would be just as easy to have been perfect on the black as leave the white there.
Yeah, it's the point of difference between both players so far, I think, isn't it? Cue ball. Yes, he had the 1-3-4 in frame 2. But in general, it's been a little untidy.
Yeah, sometimes you'll find that with players that
51.
the great potters, they're great at getting themselves out of trouble, but that's probably because they've had more practice in getting themselves out of trouble, because the cue ball is not as tight control as it should be.
52.
As I said, it makes it far more entertaining this way. It's harder, it's more taxing on you mentally, but for us watching, it's brilliant. But I suppose what we're talking about is not necessarily making a break.
59.
Ideally you want to make a break and you feel within it. You haven't played one good shot. They've all been easy pots.
60.
Just percentage-wise, he's doing it here, but percentage-wise, you're less likely to be making these breaks when losing position. You won't always be able to pull out these little gems as he's done today.
67. 68.
Also worth noting, a testament to his temperament when he has run out of position. He hasn't made a big deal of it. He's just got on with it. It hasn't affected him. He hasn't let any disappointment carry into the next shot. Similar attitude, I suppose, to like Mark Williams.
Luca Brecel, 75.
Yeah, Ronnie
Conceded.
stays in his chair, so even Luca Brecel breaks down on occasion. This time it was in 75, but he had done more than enough to get back to just one frame behind then. It's Ronnie O'Sullivan 3, Luca Brecel 2. Welcome back. We're halfway through the first session. The Shanghai Masters final. Ronnie O'Sullivan holding the advantage at 3 frames to 2 after an adventurous 75 break by Luca Brecel in frame 5.
It's been very noticeable throughout the whole tournament. Very rarely has a player potted a ball off the other opponent's break off. I don't think it's necessarily that the players are more conscientious this week than others. Sometimes the way the tables can play, the spread of the cloth could dictate that. It feels like some tournaments, no matter who's playing, after every break off, they've left their opponent a shot. And of course, at this level, that one shot at the start of the frame could be the frame, but that has not been a feature at all this week. That's why the starts of the frames have been a bit more protracted. Players been patient again, looking to try and gain advantage, gain that first chance. His strength can also be a weakness, as in he's such a good long potter. Probably gets tempted or seduced into going for a couple that you really probably shouldn't.
One.
Little look there from Ronnie just to make sure it looks perfect.
6.
I want to keep the white where the red is, or just a little bit below it.
7.
Yeah, frustrated there, straight on the black. Yeah, I'd be very annoyed. Not with that shot, just that he left himself straight
14.
on the black. Such a strength in his game to be perfect on the black. Again, even there, could have played. He was so close.
Ronnie
To the black,
O'Sullivan,
could have played
14.
a thicker safety.
Yeah, that won't do at all. Luca Brecel. Ronnie is never one to back off a match and sit back and wait on chances, but all gifts are gratefully received, and he's had a couple already in this frame from Luca, which almost nullifies the, I said adventurous but really good 75 he made in the previous frame. You know, he effectively sometimes you don't mind losing frames, but losing them through your own really basic mistakes do hurt.
1.
Unforced errors, really, they are. It's different if your opponent plays a series of safety shots, put you in trouble, and eventually you come unstuck and you go, well, fair play, you play that well. But the mistakes Luke has made safety-wise have been bread and butter safety shots. And an unforced error there from Ronnie. Surprising when he came to the table that he only
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
ended
1.
getting just the one red. But again, it's these guys' instance here from Luca. Thinner than you want. As I said before, every safety shot you play doesn't have to be a very telling safety shot. It doesn't have to be a winner. Your first priority when you're playing safe is to get it safe. He's not doing that today. Just be patient.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so, but there is actually an art in snooker where every time you leave the table, leave it having played a decent shot or something. Or a leave where your opponent can't hurt you. The volume of that is telling in a match, isn't it? You just keep the guy at bay for a long period of time. It doesn't have to be a sparkling safety shot, but that's where Luca's got to tighten up.
Yeah, it's what you're saying. It's literally like a consistent body of work over the course of the match. So your opponent has to work for every chance he gets.
Seven.
And again, we're not working off the base that Luca's playing. Alan McManus or Fergal O'Brien, we're working off straightly off the standards of he's playing Ronnie O'Sullivan in a final. Chances are those little mistakes, he won't get away with it.
Yeah, make the other guy tired of facing problems. It's kind of Fergal's driving at, which is correct. That's just typical
14.
Luca again. Brilliant to watch, obviously. I wouldn't like to be his dad Carlo though. A bit stressy.
Yeah, as I was saying, it's such a good asset when you're in trouble to be able to get yourself out of trouble. It's just today, he's been the one putting himself in trouble.
19.
But again, having said all that, only 3-2 behind. As it looks sharp, playing well. So nothing to worry about, far from it. Just maybe this evening
20.
when the pressure's on, you can tighten up. Just it's on a couple of shots. In the best of 9, best of 21. We could only be talking about 5 or 6 shots. Because when he gets in amongst them, he's very fluent, very positive.
25. $26.
Just got to be careful here. I think it's an absolute certainty. Then it looks like playing it. Might be coming up, cannon in the black. And potting the pink, it will go onto the black spot, which will just free up that area as well. Yeah, that was good. That was the time to take those extra couple of seconds.
32.
And the extra 10 seconds he's taken there probably just means he'll clear them up even a little bit quicker. If he doesn't lose position, of course.
Yeah, it's quite tricky, this one. Dead weight. Yeah, played it nicely.
Yeah.
38.
Just
39.
certain moments in frames and matches, just to take those extra couple of seconds.
$45. 46.
You never quite know what the narrative
51.
is going to be, but what it's been so far is that Luca Brecel is the one who's
52.
doing the heavy scoring. Ronnie, just on occasion having to not live off scraps, but to pick up on the odd mistake by Luca. But when he gets in, he's such a live wire act, isn't he? Luca Brecel, very unpredictable, unconventional, hard to pin down.
Yeah, I think that was part of the attraction of this final. That you
58.
knew Luca wouldn't be intimidated, the fact that it's a final, but also You knew he's not intimidated by playing Ronnie.
59.
He's just in his own little world there. His opponent is irrelevant. As great as Ronnie is, he can do nothing
65.
sitting down.
$66.
And again, his cue ball control, as I said, could have been a little bit better. But all that's just done is just highlighted the skill, the talent that he has. And beautiful to watch.
72.
Yeah, when he plays like this, it just seems to be totally free of doubt or anxiety.
$78. 80. 83. 87.
Cue ball's getting its money's worth, isn't it?
$92.
Okay, so pink and black for the century.
98.
Don't let us down now. Of course he doesn't. Look at Brecel. Oh, the end-off spoiled it.
98.
But that didn't matter.
RonnieO'Sullivan,
Sparkling
7.
stuff
Frame conceded.
from the world champion. The odd mistake, but lots of magic. He's back on level terms. This Shanghai Masters final is 3 frames all. The second act, I guess you could say, in this Shanghai Masters final. Ronnie O'Sullivan led 3-1 at the interval.
RonnieO'Sullivan to break.
We played 6, and Luca Brecel is back on level terms. Off we go then, frame 7 of 10 in this first session. There's no doubt that it's disconcerting to play against, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, for all that Ronnie's mind and game and all the attributes he has is the best has ever been. You can throw someone off kilter, can't you? Luca Brecel certainly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Unsettling is the exact
1.
word you'd use. Tied into, of course, the fact the last couple of frames he's been sitting down a little piece. That red at 3-1 was a bit easier than now 3-all having it sitting down. Again, Ronnie likes to ideally bully players, and Luca's certainly not a player you can bully. He's not a person you can bully. Like I said, he's,
6.
if anything, looking the more stronger, more dominant player.
7.
And if one player is going to go on a little burst of a few frames in a row, it certainly looks like Luca more likely to do it.
14. 50.
Yeah, I think for all that Luca has an all-action style, in some sort of way it's like he can sort of quietly creep up on a match, and creep up on his opponent
20.
and get away from you. It feels like 10 minutes ago he was 3-1 behind. All of a sudden,
21.
he's going along in his merry way. On a break at 21, the Reds are sitting there to go 4-3 in front. When did this happen?
Yeah.
He's like that. As I say, he's got quite a bustling style, but he quietly just gets it done efficiently, and it's just such a strange mix he has, his own game.
Yeah, and you can also, because he's so attractive to watch as well, even though you're his opponent, you kind of nearly spend a bit of your time
27.
admiring it, or nearly curious yourself, what shot will he play, or God, he hit that shot well, but that was a great shot. And then if he does miss, it feels like you need a couple of moments to regroup yourself and refocus on your own game. Plus this whole manner, I wouldn't say Luca has or ever will have somebody you call like a rival. And again, this
34.
match, even though it's a final, it's a totally different feel to when Ronnie played Higgins, and certainly a different feel to when he played Selby. He does feel if he
35.
lost to Luca, it wouldn't hurt him as much as if he lost a major final to Selby. That can be a good thing, but also a bad thing.
$42. 43.
Yeah, he keeps you guessing. It's like this here, you know, he shouldn't be going into the pack. He probably won't, but it wouldn't surprise you. It's just there you go. It kind of isn't the shot, because, you know, he's 42 in front, he's got maybe, you know, 3 loose-ish
50.
reds, but it's a risk going into the pack. But he goes in, all of a sudden if this goes in, he's on easy street and he brushes the frame away.
Yeah, he doesn't have to
51.
be precise in some ways. He just go into the 4 reds. If one of them pops out, well, I'll pot that, pot the one after it, and it might take 3 or 4 shots, but then I'll get back into position. Whereas other players have to be precise because their potting isn't so good. It's that kind of dance. At times it's a great strength, at times it can be a weakness. But certainly if he tightened up his cue ball a little piece when he's in amongst them, and then if winning this world title gives him
54.
another injection of confidence and actually improves, he's going to be a serious
55.
contender. And whereas before we would have thought of Luke as, could he be a world champion? Yes. All of a sudden you're looking at, could this guy be the world #1? Could he be the top player? Yes. Maybe not in the next year or 2, but please God, at some point Ronnie, John
62.
and Mark will just go, get rid of them. Certainly,
63.
you could see a scenario now 3-4 years down the road where Luca is the best player in the world. So the Neil Robertsons, Mark Selby's, Judd Trump's, other potential world
70.
#1s, other potential players looking to dominate and become the man.
71.
It's worrying for them. Thankfully enough, not something me or you have to worry about, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not so much untapped potential, but
78.
in some ways it's endless, isn't it?
79.
Yeah, it's not even a case of the player he is, it's the player he could become.
$86. 87. $94. 95.
What seems like no time at all, this black for another century. In it goes, it's his second of the final so far. It's only going to be 4-3 in front, but
102.
Luca Brecel is absolutely flying at the moment.
103.
Yeah, the black goes astray, but it's another century on the board.
Luca Brecel,
Ronnie
103.
O'Sullivan is going to have to do something quickly about this, because at the moment, the world champion is in control. He's in front for the first time. It's 4-3. Welcome back to this thoroughly absorbing Shanghai Masters final with 7 frames completed, 3 to go this afternoon. Luca Brecel is in front for the first time. He leads 4-3 courtesy of a string of breaks. He sets breaks of 75, 98, 103 and 134. He's in control at the moment. The great man gonna have to come up with something special to hang on to Luca's coattails. That'll do for starters.
Eight. 9. 14.
I'm just here to get an angle on the black.
15.
Looks to be perfect. Probably stun into them hard rather than a screw. Yeah, for Ronnie, lacked a little bit of power.
22.
Unlike him.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
Again,
22.
we've been talking about Luca and small details that matter. Luca now playing so well. For Ronnie, those small little details and not being perfect on the black, not getting the exact cannon on the reds, they could be costly as well.
The other thing is, it doesn't matter who you are, what you've won, what you've accomplished, and Ronnie's done it all many, many times over. But there isn't a player alive, there never will be, that when leaned on hard enough, there's a reaction. And the type of game that Luca plays can upset any apple cart you want to mention.
The way he's been playing, nearly a surprising miss from Luca there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not suggesting for a second that Ronnie's going to wilt under the onslaught from Luca, because that would be a very foolish assumption. He's got to come up with the goods. I'm sure he will do.
1.
Bubbling along beautifully, this final now, isn't it? Ronnie with the early headway, and then Luca bossing it. It's going to to and fro all day, this.
Five.
Yeah, lost the white, a little bit frustrated. Plant here. Because it all looked straight, looked easy enough, but that needed a bit of making. Not even sure if we mentioned that he played with his left hand either anymore. It's old news.
11.
Yes, frankly, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's not something that you
90.
always think about with O'Sullivan, the resilience that he has,
20.
his character as a player, but it's there. We saw it this week against Selby. Had nowhere to go, did he? At 7-6 behind, 65 behind, 5 reds left, and produced an
27.
unbelievable clearance. Neil Fold said at the time that the black to the last red, one of the best shots in a long time, and I totally agree, to get position on the red.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 27.
Yeah, very unusual. It's twice now in this frame. Ronnie putting the black, gone into the pack, didn't land on anything.
One.
Probably felt because he was at the table, he had to take on that red. Probably afraid of taking a backward step at all. But it wasn't an easy red. And Luca definitely on top in this match. But that can change so quickly. I think for Ronnie when he's playing Luca, it can happen a little bit. I think maybe playing Judd, but there's parts of the match or some bit where it's nearly more entertaining to watch his opponent.
7.
He loves being the man, he loves being the showman, the entertainer. But Luca and Judd with their
8.
range of shots, their cute power, they're entertaining and fascinating to watch as well. So the crowd are never as one-sided. They prefer Ronnie to win, but it's still great. They get to see great snooker. Well, what to say about that?
I've seen that before. That was
16.
one of your rubs, Ferg. Of course, I'm joshing. What a bonus that was. He played the shot nicely, actually, didn't he? But what a bonus. It's funny, isn't it? When you've got a talent like this, things happen that shouldn't happen. It just all kind of rolls into one.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly when you're playing well. I don't know why.
23.
Always seems to, you tend to get a greater run of the balls. And this frame's important. Obviously important the fact that Ronnie had the lead if Luke was to come back and win it. Also then the scoreboard. And yeah, Ronnie just, I wouldn't say he's gone into a shell, far from it. Just the last 3 frames have had a little bit of an impact on him. Yeah, just wins this frame back to 4-all and we continue on.
Luca Brecel, 23. One. Six.
Just try to overplay the cue ball in
O'Sullivan,
these pockets. People sometimes say they're huge. Have a look at this.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, with the black over the pocket. Didn't have to precise. Feels like once you drop the red in, you're going to have some shot on the black to get either red out.
One.
It's just the fact that you play it slowly, dead weight, the pocket accepts it no problem. It's a guarantee, isn't it? That's what the players work on. They like guarantees, generally.
Yeah, Ronnie's always looking to maximise every shot, but he just didn't need it there at all. Just the black is over the puck, just drop the red in, and then from there decide which of the two reds is easiest to attack. Lucky there, plenty of topspin there, just trying to sludge it.
8.
Just thinking this could be a crucial stage of the match, this frame, couldn't it? This would be a massive blow. It's where, if he has been fallible in the final, it's been in this type of situation. And there it is again. Yes, he's got the cover on the red, but it was a risk he didn't have to take.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right shot. And as I said, your strength can become your weakness. He's such a great long potter. And when he needs it, more often than not, he can pot them to get out of trouble. But you also get a little bit seduced and tempted to go for a couple of shots he shouldn't. But again, we said we knew at the start of this frame is important. The way it's developed has just added to its importance, psychologically and also the scoreboard.
Yeah, strangely enough, I think there's value in the pot here. There's value. He's left it. There's definite value. Sometimes a risk like that is fine. It was a scoreboard shot, wasn't it?
One.
He felt he missed it. More often than not, he would get away with it. Didn't though. Again, Ronnie 32 ahead, just needs the red. I suppose I was saying in this first session, and usually there's 10 frames, but that does every chance of getting 5 all, which is probably the ideal scenario for coming in tonight. Tendency when it's 4 all in a 9-frame session, really sometimes
16.
not overly pushed whether you win the frame or not. One of us is going to be 5-4 ahead. Okay,
18.
we come back out tonight. That's not the case here. Neither player certainly wants to be 6-4 behind. Trying to give every frame the same
21.
importance. The first frame is as important as the 21st frame. And again, Ronnie, he wouldn't say he was wobbling at all, but just
25.
Just feeling more comfortable now. Plenty of table time back again. And more importantly, 4 all.
30. $36.
Both players have had their moments so far in this final. Luca Brecel has produced far more quality than RonnieO'Sullivan, but crucially, we're 8 frames in and it's 4 apiece. And we have 2 more frames to go in this opening session. RonnieO'Sullivan gets us underway in frame 9. 4 frames all. Remember, 11 is the target this evening.
Yeah, lovely pot, beautifully struck. Again, could probably pot the black here. Can disturb a couple of reds and still be on the red above the black. Great shot, took full advantage there. Great example of his cue power.
9.
Yeah, you just feel it already that Ronnie broke off, and that was that frame.
Yeah, he's able to produce magic. That black off the spot was something else. I don't know, we'll never get a reading on it. Like 3,000 revs a minute, I think, was on that cue ball. Not many players, not many people in the game can do things that Ronnie can't do, but he can certainly spin the ball more than Ronnie can. You wouldn't think that would really be important, of course, you know, it's all about accuracy and where you position the cue ball, but it gives you weapons that other players don't have. A range of shots, as you so rightly put it, Fergal.
25.
Yeah, there's probably only Judd Trump as the only other player where it's similar. Probably has more cue power and a greater range of shots. And I said that also ties into then the crowd being drawn to those players. They're very popular as well. So sometimes some of the limelight can be taken away from Ronnie.
And he makes it look so easy. Cut back Brown, wrong side of the baulk line. Yeah, blind, no problem. Just slices it in as if it's like toffee, and away he goes.
Yeah, that's the magic and the frustration, you might argue, with Luca there. In the blink of an eye, he had the balls open.
Luca Brecel,
A tricky
29.
Brown, potted it easily. But just as soon as he had the balls perfect at 16, the very next shot, he was straight in the black, ran out of position. That's what cost him. And on the red, on 16, it was as easy to be perfect on the black as be straight. And again, you're not really saying that as a critic, you're more saying it as a coach. If you're coaching him, you just make him aware of the fact at certain times, just for an extra second, just be conscientious to get perfect on the black. From there, it can't really go wrong. He won't always be able to get himself out of trouble. Because if he doesn't improve that cue ball control in amongst them, he's going to be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, without preempting anything, RonnieO'Sullivan is also probably one of the, or maybe the smartest player of all time. He senses stages of matches, doesn't he? There's 2 frames to go here. 5-5, yeah, that'll be okay. He wants 6-4 badly, like really badly. He doesn't give off that air, but you know, as I say, just in match situations, he's able to, I think, put the pedal to the floor at crucial stages.
Yeah, there's never been anybody better at understanding the dynamics of a match. The ebbs and flow of it, the importance of certain frames.
16. 17.
Okay, and you kind of feel Luca's played the better snooker today. And for all that, it's 4-all. And again, he couldn't rule out that it'll be tied or even Ronnie having the lead. But certainly, even if it's 6-4 either way, or ideally 5-all, beautifully poised for tonight. Yeah, lovely shot. Right-handed, the rest, and even left-handed.
32.
Never sacrifices his technique. Always plays the right shot. Plays it the right way.
33.
Same delivery, smooth delivery of the cue every time. Fantastic.
41.
I just felt there on that shot, he changed his mind twice on it. And that's unlike him to not back off. He's still just okay in this black, but it's not a certainty.
And as a result of that, just let the white ball leak a little bit towards the side cushion.
49.
So it looks like he's a nice angle to clip the two reds.
Yeah, very well played. So 27 in front, two blacks from here. Will obviously be 43. I don't know whether that's gonna, what he's after. Doesn't look like it. So he's going to need
57.
one of the two difficult reds to win the frame at this visit.
$62.
So this is his highest break of the match.
63. $70.
Just held the pace off enough, didn't he, for it to accept it.
Yeah, I think a little bit harder would have stayed out. Again, there was moments of 4-3 where it looked a little bit, not distracted, but he lost a little bit of concentration. Again, won that frame. Now back right in the groove.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 78.
Yeah, Luca Brecel has had enough then, so Ronnie O'Sullivan's highest break of this final has come just at the right time. There's one frame to go in the first session of this Shanghai Masters final, and it's a huge one. Ronnie O'Sullivan leads 5-4.
Final frame of the session.
Welcome back to what potentially could be a pivotal frame in this Shanghai Masters final. It's the last of the session of 10 frames before they come back tonight. First to 11 will be the target to lift the £210,000 first prize. £105,000 to the runner-up. But that's inconsequential. What is important is the title itself, and Ronnie O'Sullivan is just showing signs here that he's going to finish this session the stronger of the two, because in the main today so far, Luca Brecel has by far been the stronger. He's been the one scoring, but Ronnie's in front.
Yeah, what makes this match so appealing is that no matter who's at the table, it's still great to watch. I really feel a bit sad that this is the last frame and it's over after this. Of course, Dave Hendon and Neil Foles doing it tonight. It's been very entertaining, very intriguing. This.
9.
For once, the dreaded D cell. It's going to be end of break, barring something special from the brown. What an effort that was.
14.
Even to find the cannon on the bunch. Great effort. I think you can gauge finals sometimes. As you say, sorry this is the last of the session. You're just enjoying it that much. There's so many different things going on, and it's gone by in the blink of an eye, it seems.
Yeah. Very enjoyable. when they're actually at the table, just to watch them play. The skill, talent that's been on show, but also nearly lurking in the background. There's the dynamics, the tactics, the psychological impact. And again, that's only just going to be magnified, obviously, this evening when the trophy's won and lost. So we already had the European Masters, great tournament. Barry Hawkins played great, but you certainly feel with this tournament, the calibre of players in it, that this has really kick-started the season. And again, of course, we have such a busy run of tournaments coming up. And again, for players that aren't in the top 16, you're looking at the standard that's been on this week and the work they're going to have to do and the standard of play they're going to have to produce to get into this 16, because the players we've seen, you don't really see them dropping out of the 16 too easily.
Yeah, one of the big ranking events in China actually gets underway tomorrow. The International Championship qualifiers at Bonds Forge in Sheffield. Oh, brilliant long red by Ronnie and a perfect result. Yeah, obviously this is the one that everyone wants to watch, and glad you're watching this with us. Say tomorrow, the International Championship underway. Barry Hawkins, the winner of that European Masters, as Fergal mentioned, he plays tomorrow, as does Jimmy White, Stephen Hendry, Stephen Maguire. Watch that with us on Discovery Plus. Great to have your company for it all week, Monday to Saturday. The here and now is the big frame, the last of the session.
8.
What a big one it is. I think we both sort of suggested
15.
and just halfway through that last frame, the previous frame, Ronnie senses moments, and he's got that eye about him at the moment. Full concentration and like total concentration.
Yeah, you wouldn't say Luca let him off the hook at 4-3, but it looked like he might go 5-3. Obviously we've seen John let him off the hook, Mark let him off the hook, and from then on it just became like a different animal as such. Smelled blood and just did everything a little bit better. Fortunate there again, it's like he's realised the significance of having a 6-4 lead, as if they'd be tempted to think we're 5-4 up, even if I lose this frame 5-all, okay, we come back tonight, but now he wants the lead. And on the other side, Luca played quite well, and all of a sudden could be behind going into tonight.
RonnieO'Sullivan 31.
Yeah, that was very risky. I must confess, I didn't see that kind of move coming, where I just thought he made a move there that he didn't have to. Sometimes it's about what you don't do, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the fact that he was at the table, it was his visit, he was very reluctant to walk away. If it had been left that shot by Luca, he might have played something different. But because it was his visit, wanted to win in one visit, got a little bit seduced into playing a risky shot, but wasn't that easy a pot, but very careless to going off. And it's the fact that he went in off has given Luca this chance. And again, by breaking down, just magnifies the importance of this frame. Not sure Luca gives any frame any more
12.
importance than the previous one. Such a great asset as well.
13.
Meanwhile, I'll just give them a crunch, get them open and be able to put something.
Yeah, the epitome there of fast and loose, wasn't it? It's a brilliant way to be able to play. I know, certainly myself, and I'm guessing yourself, it was difficult to get into that mode, ever.
Yeah, we're not being critical, we're just jealous.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this shot. If there's any justice in the world, it'll run. Not quite.
20.
Yeah, as you say, plays with such great freedom.
I don't even think Luca can take on the double. That's what he gets you. He probably gets his opponents as well, thinking things that are not even there. You think, what's he going to do next? Nothing's a surprise.
Yeah, you have to think a little bit nearly out of the box and playing him and commentating on his matches.
Look at Brecel, 20.
The parameters of shot selection are different with Luca.
Yeah, and I wasn't even talking about that double. I was talking about the one on the right side cushion. Gee whiz. Okay, 21 in front. Needs cover. He's got it. Staying aggressive, eyeing up probably the more difficult red of the two on. Not this time. I say, the more difficult of the two. I do believe the red on the pink spot does pass. We're about to find out though.
Yeah, Ronnie, under pressure, if anything, gets more aggressive. Really tries to take the game by the scruff of the neck. Because again, that red Luca's just potted. There was a shot to nothing for Ronnie. Maybe you could argue percentages were greater, but I think he'd nearly rather miss than show weakness. And he felt turning down that red would be taking a backward step.
Seven.
Yeah, it's quite a basic error not to be on the straight one of the two. Cue ball going to be running around again, round the back of the yellow probably. Just got to run. Got the brown as an option. Again, the least of Luca Brecel's problems when he plays, I think, is actually potting balls. He just finds it so easy, like falling off a log. So, what we are going to get is a close finish to this last of the session.
12.
Yeah, if he's an angle on the blue here, might be able to pot it and just screw back towards the side cushion with the red on the right hand side. Which always felt the red up and bulk was going to be the more difficult of the two.
18.
Can't do too much with this red. Just really try and got to make sure the pot hopefully is an angle then a colour to then go and attack the last red. Yeah, it looks to be very straight on the black.
19.
He's potted 7 balls in this contribution. He hasn't been in position once, and he still isn't.
Yeah, you're reluctant to say this is end of break and he has to play safety because God knows what he could manufacture here. I think the percentage though is to try and put the colour, get as close as you can to the red and leave yourself ideal on the red to play a safety where you're guaranteed to keep the red safe with every chance of getting a snooker. Tried to force something.
Luca, Brecel, 19.
That wasn't. Yeah, unusual there for Luca. A little bit of body movement, trying to force an angle that wasn't there. And of course that body movement led to that miscue. It seemed unnecessary to be trying to force. Again, if he pot the black, even if he's playing the red from distance, he had the first chance to play the tell-in safety, which he gave away. And again, obviously, a hidden hope. He hit it, and not sure if he's left a shot to nothing. It's these type of mini frames, which like a mini game, I said, on the last red. Who pots the next red? You make Ronnie a strong favourite.
Living on the edge at the moment is Luca. I think he's lost his way just a fraction. You know, when you do that, you have a lash at one, yeah, trusting to luck, and then there, he's a wee bit unsettled. I think he knows. I think he's trying to play a bit of a bluff game at the moment, where yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm free and easy, but he knows the importance of this deep in his heart.
Yeah, I don't think he refused this one. Yeah, great pot.
Sure was. Now what do you do?
Is the roll up behind the pink ever in his mind?
In a word, no. I don't. Yeah. It should be in his mind. I'm not saying he should play it, but
it's
yeah.
an option.
It's an option.
But I think he's looking at the pink.
Well, there you go. There's a box of tricks and a box of surprises. But I guess if you don't fancy the pot and it's the stage of the match when perhaps he's probably right. A risk is too much.
I think it's the right shot.
Yeah.
But I would say that.
Well, me too, generally. But yeah, I think just given the circumstances, it probably was. Has he got his reward? It looks like it. Wow. Oh, wow. Is that the biggest mini incident of the final there? The in-off. Tension abound. In the grand stage at the moment, on the grandest of stages.
Wriggled in.
5.
Yeah, I don't think you'd necessarily say Luca was unfortunate going off. Should have really avoided the middle pocket.
9.
Yeah, the tension all of a sudden has subsided. This sitter of a blue, and Ronnie O'Sullivan
14.
is going to go into tonight's session with the 2-frame lead that he was after. Luca Brecel has been the better player for large parts of this first session, but in the end it's Ronnie O'Sullivan who won the close frames when it mattered, and it really mattered in frame 10, and he got the verdict in the end. So Ronnie goes in. The world champion has it all to do when we come back tonight.
Ronnie O'Sullivan to get the final session of the final of Snooker's Shanghai Masters underway. He leads Luca Brecel 6-4. This is the world number 1 versus the world champion. Of course, they had a memorable meeting at the Crucible last season where Brecel produced that incredible 7-frame burst. He's only 6-4 down here. His first to 11, long way to go. It's been a quick match, average frame time just under 14 minutes so far. Brecel's had 2 centuries, O'Sullivan 6 half centuries. It's turned into a really enjoyable contest, but of course the pressure is going to come on this evening. Can O'Sullivan get away early? Can Brecel peg him back? We're going to find out. I'm alongside Neil Folds to talk you through it.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. It was a very entertaining opening 10 frames. You wonder whether if things got a little tight in this match, things would slow down a little bit or become nervy. But it was open snooker, beautiful snooker to watch, actually. I think that Ronnie O'Sullivan has always been suited in those free-flowing matches. Of course, he lost to Brecel at the World Championships, but
8.
and he's lost before to quick players. But I think he prefers the faster pace of snooker because he can play it that way better than anybody.
Well, he made the early running. He led 3-1, trailed 4-3. Brecel for 3 frames was pretty sensational, actually. But O'Sullivan turned it round at the end. He's actually scored 100 fewer points in the match coming into the session, but he won some of the tight ones. As he attempts to win the Shanghai Masters for a 4th successive staging. Of course, it's not been on for 4 years, but he hasn't lost here since 2016.
A little bit jabby, that one, and
O'Sullivan, 16.
I think his mind was on the cue ball, trying to get it around the back of the black, and it was not his smoothest striking with the rest. But I can't think of many shots I've ever seen him miss like that, really, with the rest, even though he infrequently uses it. I've always thought he's very good with it. Already a few nerves, perhaps. I mean, you are forcing those in. He was perfectly on the black. I didn't really expect him to miss, but like O'Sullivan, his mind was on that cue ball, just getting the reds into better places. Well, O'Sullivan, when he gets an opportunity, he doesn't often need a second one. But it's come around quickly. Chance number 2.
Did start the tournament a little slowly against Ali Carter, but came through, and then of course really should have been beaten by John Higgins, who led him 5-2. Couldn't finish him off. O'Sullivan finished the match with 2 centuries, and similar against Mark Selby at the end, 2 centuries to win 10-7.
15.
Yeah, and I think the win against Higgins in that fashion, because you're absolutely right, Higgins looked for all the world who's going to win, often is the hallmark of a player who, once getting away with a match like that, will end up going on and winning an event. It's happened over the years. I know that in 2012 he won the German Masters at 1 point 4-0 down against Andrew Higginson. Best of 9. Could have easily lost that heavily, but won the tournament and almost kick-start his career again. Won the world title that season as well. It's hard to say one match would make all the difference, but you know, sometimes you just need something to go your way.
Yeah, I mean, his focus all week, regardless of how he's been playing, has been exemplary. That's been one factor, clearly. It certainly was with Higgins. He never gave up in that match. And if he can win this tournament, I mean, 4 Shanghai Masters in a row, same tournament 4 years running, is very rare. The last person actually to win that many in a row was Ronnie O'Sullivan himself, the Premier League. He won it 5 times running in the 2000s.
Yeah, for a while that Premier League, the finals weekend was played after the World Championships, and a week after, and of course not everyone was up for it, quite honestly, and Ronnie just played as Ronnie did, and I mean, 1 year's played up in Manchester, and the semi-final and the final were a complete non-event. He just
26.
buried everybody. Very significant frame to build a 3-frame advantage. You know, it's starting to pull away a little bit. Luca will need to draw on memories of coming from 4 down at 10-6 when they met at the Crucible and reeling off all the remaining frames. He wouldn't ever underestimate Brecel, but he's not at the table right now. There's not much he can do.
Yes, in these long matches, you often get a spell where one player is dominant. At the moment, clearly, that's O'Sullivan. Looking to win his 4th successive frame.
$47.
Yeah, still needs another red here.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 47.
So there's enough on with the clearance.
I don't think the middle pockets are particularly easy, especially from an angle, a cute angle like we saw. So we're always searching for turning points, moments in a match. Luca could really do with winning this frame somehow. It's not that bad a table. I mean, there's not a lot that's difficult, but of course the situation is probably the most difficult. He needs to do it.
Yes, for all the sort of buccaneering, barnstorming style of play, it's putting clearances away like this that can really turn matches, certainly psychologically. Just try and keep things simple here. Tight control of the cue ball. And of course, most importantly, control of himself.
15.
Of course, that cue that he's using is the one that he won the World Championship with. He didn't have it in Germany. It had gone missing in transit, but thankfully he's reunited with it and has played some good stuff this week.
16.
Probably already thinking about getting on the left-hand red, which I'd suspect will be the last of the 2 that he attempts. I'm saying that, I think he played a 2 in 1 shot. He knew he would be on the red to the right corner, but he looks like he's tackling the other red now, or he could do.
23.
to be a little watchful of which colours he takes. He can't go very low value with this red. He's got to go for the more profitable colours.
24.
It's a terrific shot, isn't it? I mean, I hasten to say that he's well and truly favoured to clear, because it doesn't mean he will. Blue is what he has to take here, or more.
30. 31. 38. 40.
Well, he can win by a point. Well,
43.
more than a couple of points, in fact. But the point is, he really needs to take these now. He's done so well to get to this juncture. Probably the last difficult shot, just getting in behind the blue nicely.
47.
That red that O'Sullivan missed in the middle, it was a fairly acute angle.
Yeah, and the problem he had was there was nothing safe. He was going to be leaving this chance. Brecel's very cool. He's been taking it, pink and black, to win an important
58.
frame, because the danger was the final was going to be going away from him.
65.
But Luca Brecel duly makes the clearance. So dramatic start to the concluding session of this Shanghai Masters final. Ronnie O'Sullivan's lead is cut to 6-5. So great clearance from Luca Brecel has launched the final session of what is a very exciting Shanghai Masters final. I think we felt it would be, but sometimes it can end up one-sided. This is, at the moment, a bit of a thriller.
Yes, it was just the consummate ease in which he cleared Brecel there. He never gave the impression that he was ever going to miss those. It's very early in the season, and I guess if Luca Brecel won the Shanghai Masters today, then all the talk of him as champion, maybe not having the best of seasons, and beating this man twice, not only at the Crucible but here, it'll be the dream start. That's not necessarily going to help his cause, though. He got a bit of cover on the blue, I reckon so. Poor shot from Brecel. Played in behind the brown, caught it too thick. The red, of course, was not supposed to finish over the pocket either.
One.
Quite a bit riding on that shot, wasn't there, with the other red over the pocket.
Thought Brecel said something interesting before the final. He was talking about the approaches, because they're both attacking players. He said, I'm more attacking than Ronnie is. He said he's more measured than me, but in the balls is the best ever. So I've got to be careful, A, to take my chances, and B, not to leave him any. And this is one here for O'Sullivan to hit back after that last frame.
Yes, where O'Sullivan was very good already in this break was from the yellow. He played on the red that was on the black spot. And that is where he is a master break builder.
11.
Very often it's the first few shots, 3, 4, 5 shots, where the key balls have been moved or potted, clearing the decks for all the rest. And that's where this frame has already commenced. He's given himself a chance. Looks to be in good order to me. I mean, we're not sure going into this event
19.
what sort of form he might be in, but think he's been inspired by the big matches.
Yeah, and I think he feels, you know, this is a sort of event that deserves his attention, frankly. You know, you get treated well, it's a prestige tournament, it's not a cast of thousands, there's plenty of room backstage and all the rest of it.
27.
Of course, one of the great cities of the world, Shanghai.
28.
Yes, the Brecel safety shot was just hit with too much of the red
35.
that he caught, and that's why Brecel is sitting down and has done ever since. Well, that pocket again, the red in the previous frame. We were right behind it. I mean, had he played it slowly, I think it would have gone in, but at that pace, it had no right to drop, and it didn't. Well, maybe the red to the middle. The one up into the top left must be inviting as well. Ooh. O'Sullivan will be surprised but very pleased to be back at the table so soon.
I think he was just slightly distracted there.
One.
Well, it's a reprieve for O'Sullivan, although that same thing happened in the last frame because he didn't ultimately win it. So let's see if he can now kill this off. I think Fergal's marathon frame record is not going to be under threat in this match. This is whipping by, isn't it?
No, I think not. I think not.
Your record's safe, Fergal.
8. 9.
We've seen a lot of Fergal this week. He actually mentions it more than we do. It comes up a bit in conversation.
O'Sullivan, before the match, was saying nice things about Brecel. He said he's his favourite player to watch. It's an interesting rivalry, I think, because obviously there's 20 years between them. O'Sullivan is very established at the top of the game. Brecel is looking to, now he's won the World Championship, fully establish himself there for many years to come.
Beautiful little shot there, wasn't it? His control is as good as ever. It's a surprise when he makes a
25.
Positional error. Now, if this goes in and it's too many, but the red that follows it will guarantee that his two-frame lead has been restored. Brecel had that chance, though, which he didn't pot the first red even.
33.
Yeah, it's kind of what he said. As I said, he said, if I don't take my chances, I'll be punished. And he wasn't the first part of the frame, but he has been in the second part. O'Sullivan looking for his 77th professional title, all told,
38.
in this glorious career that continues at the very highest level.
39. $46. 47. 52.
We're not quite on that red, I don't think. Doesn't matter. .52. Second chance in the frame. Another quick one. It's gone to O'Sullivan, who restores his two-frame advantage. So In this race to 11, O'Sullivan leads Brecel by 7 frames to 5.
Frame 13. Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
7-5 then to Ronnie O'Sullivan in the Shanghai Masters final. 2 frames to come before the interval. Brecel looking to stay in touch here before the concluding mini session.
I think the problem all attacking players like Brecel have had against O'Sullivan over the years, and of course some has beaten him, some have beaten him as Brecel has done. It's just that that style of game really seems to suit him. He loves playing quick players, the Jack Lisowski types and people like that, because he seems to play that game better than most. Even though he's be 48 this year, still plays the game like a young man. Oh, that's a great shot, isn't it? What a shot that is. Swerve to get a 2-cushion thin contact on a red. Beautiful. Looks good. There seems to be like a really big target area down the right side, just one cushion into them. Various reds in a line, just lay into the bunch. Well, he got a smattering of applause, but I think the red is reachable. We've got the low camera angle, and it always looked as if it was going to find its way to the pocket, that one. Ronnie put his hand up to apologise, but of course Luca could knock this in with ball in hand. He had no knowledge of getting through that little gap there, O'Sullivan. That's not easy, but he would have expected to get it, I think. Curing shot like this, dead straight. Put the cue ball dead straight deliberately.
Yeah, he was getting plenty of those in the first session, but they're not flying in yet in this one.
Now a left-handed shot on the table for probably blue.
5.
Don't think he'd be interested in touching the black here or going for the black. I mean, he might end up with no shot on the blue, but really the problem with the black is I don't know whether when respotted it will be potable everywhere. Because he's not on the blue the right side, he may have to play it.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 5.
Unexpected, that one.
One.
Well, from 3-2 down earlier, he made Brecel 75, 98, which would have been a century, but for an in-off, and 103, and he just looked unstoppable for what was not very long. It was about 20 minutes or so. So that's what we know he's capable of. We saw it when they met at the Crucible, but he may feel he's got to try and produce that this evening.
Yes, I mean, as you say, you know, he's 4 down at the Crucible overnight.
9.
Yeah, kind of 3 down here in Shanghai. It seems a long way to come back. And of course, that being 4 down, he did it at the start of the session. He played a brilliant last day of that match against O'Sullivan. Well, he deserved a better fate than that. He's on a red, but it's not easy.
No, but the very fact he ended up on the green off that red, it tells you that he wasn't quite in control. He needs to recover here with the rest. And it stays out. So he sort of lost his way early on in that break. He was unlucky, though, not to land on a red nicer than that.
One.
That was not good. A little bit of a lazy shot from O'Sullivan there. He potted the blue into the corner of the pocket, not into the middle, and as a consequence the cue ball just drifted further away from the red. I think he played on the red by the pink. Poor shot on the blue for him.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 6.
Just had a slight lapse in his concentration this frame. Missed that bad shot on the black, and then the shot on the blue in some ways was even worse. It was a bit casual.
One.
Well, there's a big shot coming up because he's played on the black, and that'll open up all the reds, and it could be a frame winner if he was to get this shot right. Doesn't like the bridging, does he, at all? I've not even seen him use that sort of bridge before. He was showing his knuckles on the shot.
Nine.
Well, not so much hit and hope, but he didn't really know how that was going to pan out. I don't think there's very much on. Could be a very thin red to the right corner. Played it well. Deserved a better kiss than
15.
that.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a positive player, isn't he? He's always going to try and keep the break going, but sometimes you just have to accept it's done.
Green ball.
Yeah, I mean, you can't pot them if they're not there to pot. It's as simple as that. I mean, this snooker probably, you would say that O'Sullivan will get out of it without leaving much on. But I don't think Luca had any other shot but to play it. I think sometimes you're looking for something further down the line here. When he rolls into the reds, he might leave it touching. So then you've got the advantage of the balls. Not quite this time.
It's an interesting point in the match, I think, because O'Sullivan's 7-5. It's a useful lead, but in this frame, for whatever reason, he hasn't looked so good. He's been missing and just getting a little frustrated. So Brecel can't afford to set up an easy opener, which is maybe what he's looking for right now, O'Sullivan. Not been many sort of disjointed frames, but they all count the same, of course.
Well, that's a big mistake this time. Surely Brecel can capitalise on that. And there's no doubt that O'Sullivan's concentration has gone. Cue ball crashed into another red.
1.
Didn't pot that cleanly. Just got to make sure that he gets this frame one. Gets to within one frame.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely done most of the scoring in the match. O'Sullivan's highest break 78. He's only had 3 half centuries, even though he's 7-5 up. Brecel 2 big centuries and quite a few other sizable breaks, but his cue ball is running and running. It's okay. It does go on a bit of an adventure at times, doesn't it? It's got to be said.
Well, it's one of the reasons it makes him an exciting player, isn't it? You know, it was all a bit of a sort of death-defying sort of trapeze act or something, isn't it? It's not always textbook.
15.
You know, he finds ways of recovering a break. Still not enough in this. It'll be 40 in it when the blue is potted. There's an example of the cue ball going running. Look at this for a shot. This is a great shot. He's almost put it too much on this. Exactly what he was trying there.
$21.
Needs another red after this black.
$28. $29.
Yeah, a typical Brecel contribution, really. Eye-catching. Times a little dicey, but he kept it going. O'Sullivan had quite a few chances in the frame, but we're back to within one again.
35. $42. 43. $50. 52. 55.
55 will do nicely. Luca Brecel pulls one back, and this is still a tight final with one frame to come before the last interval. Ronnie O'Sullivan leads 7-6.
Frame 14. Luca Brecel to break.
Well, it would certainly set things up nicely if Brecel could win this frame and make it 7-all going into the final mini session. O'Sullivan, of course, not interested in that. He's looking for 8-6, but either way, it could yet be a very close finish to this Shanghai Masters final, and great for the Chinese snooker public who've been waiting for 4 years to see these top stars again. They've been served up, as I say, a bit of a thriller.
Oh dear, I think there's a gap through to the red. That was not difficult, that was not difficult. I think he played it with a bit of right hand side to try and bring the cue ball away from the cushion for the blue. I mean, look at this. This is a pretty easy shot, very easy, in fact.
One. Five.
No, that was unwelcome, hitting the bump of the middle pocket. He tried to come down for the red directly above the black to the right corner. Still played it from there.
Look up yourself, 5.
Looks quite a difficult plant this. You've got to cut the first red thinner than the potting angle to make the other one a possibility. He's played a series of not very good shots at all, O'Sullivan. The last 6 or 7 shots, barely one of them has been as planned, spanning at the end of the last frame and a few shots he's played in this one. Not sure why, but that's what's happened. Well, the importance of this frame, it seems not lost on either player.
Yeah, I mean, Sullivan's in front, 7-6, but in the last sort of 20 minutes, Brecel may have felt, well, there's chances to really punish some mistakes. That was one there, he didn't do it.
1.
We saw against Higgins how he was struggling and then suddenly things just changed.
7.
He really wanted to be on the blue there. It was such an easy shot to get from blue to red. Bolt colour to red. He's got to play a screw shot here. Bit of power. Looks okay though.
10. Eleven.
I think that wasn't his first option to get on that red, I'm sure. He had
60.
no angle on the blue to get on anything else. Someone's moved, I think, in his eye line there.
Well, Sullivan battling to find something here, and it's the fact that he's been battling all week, which is why he's in the final, of course. When things haven't been going so well, he's dug in, shown a lot of resolution.
23.
In common with Neil, a man whose birthday is today, Ken Doherty, former world champion. He seems to look younger every year, though, Ken.
He's never changed, has he? And he still plays a good game of snooker. Often the last to leave the bar in the evenings as well.
Well, he's going to play Ronnie in the new Guan Open. In fact, I think he's drawn him in 2 events in China, the International Championship as well.
29.
Well, he's got slightly embedded in those reds there. He's quite a good split, but just a degree of difficulty about this queuing near another red. Yeah, it was the red, I think, that was very close to the cue ball. It was a big distraction. Had that gone in, you can't imagine that he wouldn't have won the frame from there. Now, if there's going to be another turning point, another twist, Luca with another long straight one. He missed one when he had ball in hand earlier, but this one is just off straight. You can see the distances. What a shot.
One.
What a shot. The fact that it was off straight is why he played it the way he did. He's always got the roll-up option if he feels that any pot is a little too risky.
Some of the shots he plays, you know, you could cut together a highlights reel just of him. You'd think he would never lose a match. But of course, it's just the one shot to get in, often.
Brown ball. Five.
He's looking at the plant now. He's played the positive shot again, but the Reds covering one another.
Yeah, this could have finished anywhere down there, and he finished slightly awkwardly. Dare he play that right-hand red? The plant's not quite on. It's, as we're looking on that screen, it's top right jaw. So he's not directly in line. That's okay. That is okay. Very crucial passage of play in the context of the whole match, the whole tournament. Luca wins his frame and gets back to all square. Then after they come back to conclude, he's got a slightly different look about it this match. Because Ronnie started with 2 frames in the way of a lead coming into tonight. Might be wiped out here.
Yeah, and I do think the concern for O'Sullivan, he's not scoring. He's winning frames really in 2 or 3 visits, which we don't associate with him, of course, the game's greatest break builder. Maybe he needs the interval to come just to clear his mind. He'd still like to be 8-6 up though. So Brecel knows this is a big visit.
Crucially, he's the other side of the blue, which is perfectly okay. What a chance this is now. Yes, he's a few behind. Doesn't mean a lot where the balls are. I'd like to think any kiss on the middle bit of those 3 would be all right. Well, he did glance it. I'm not sure he played to. But again, it's absolutely A1. Your minds are now drawn to that red on the right of the table.
27.
Right-handed player when it does come about. Shouldn't really need the rest for this shot.
$34. 35. 42. 43.
lot depends on which colour he takes off this last red. He wouldn't want to have to need the green. Yellow would love to be frame ball, because the green could be a problem, I think. He's played that well, hasn't he? Right behind it. So the lead is 12.
48.
Plus those 7 and 19.
49.
Beg your pardon. Correction.
Well, he'll need it now, won't he? Because he'll be 23 with the blue, so 25 with the yellow, 25 on.
Yeah, I suppose that it's got the
54.
cushion though still, hasn't he, of the fact that he'll be able to only tie O'Sullivan. I think in a situation like this, you know, don't do anything too fancy. Make sure you do get to that 25-point lead with that many on, rather than risk missing the yellow playing a massive shot. Well, he's still trying, isn't he? And that's the kind of cavalier player he is, but he's still
56.
he's not getting anywhere near being on the green. However, he'd like to think he'll get the snooker here. He doesn't want to just overrun it. He's got just the cushion of clearance takes it to a respot. There's a worst case scenario.
Luca Brecel,
I think he
56.
might be okay. You could see what could happen there. It could just run and run, that cue ball. Well, for the neutral, it would have completely set up the remaining frames if Brecel won this one. Oh, fantastic
Great.
pot. Yes, he was only playing to pot it and not get on the brown, but barring a couple of snookers, he has won this frame. Goodness, what a match we've got here.
Luca Brecel, frame.
Yeah, could not be set up better, could it? O'Sullivan, he's already walking off, I think, here. He's seen enough. So, Brecel, I'm sure, was looking to win the mini-session. That's exactly what he's done. So, from 6-4 down, the players head into the last interval of the Shanghai Masters final, all square at 7 each. Here we go, then, the resumption of the Shanghai Masters final. It could not be set up better. 7 each between Ronnie O'Sullivan, the world #1, and Luca Brecel, the world champion. First to 11 to become champion here this evening at the grand stage. It was 6-4 to O'Sullivan. Indeed, it was 7-5, but Brecel has fought back. So all to play for. Still a possible 7 frames left. Well, he just was struggling a bit before the interval, but he's had 15 minutes to collect his thoughts as he lines this long red up. And it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it may have been more. I mean, people talk about concentration going. His focus did not quite seem to be there. Maybe they're the two of the same things, but as you say, that he's got to concentrate his mind now because there are no more breaks. It's right through to someone winning the title here between this pair.
Well, it was a good sign with the red going in. It was a bad sign, clearly, missing that by such a distance. The thing is, I mean, it's a long match, isn't it, for one day, 21 frames. I can't think of any other tournaments where in a single match you play 21 frames that day. So it is a test of concentration for sure, even though it's been a quick match.
1.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, if you'd have had a match where there were half-hour frames all the way through it, it would seem too much of almost a test of endurance, which is not really what we're looking for in snooker. But it's been entertaining, but there's still quite a long way to go, in fact, isn't it? The best of 7 from here. It's one of those shots where you don't know whether you want to go in off 2 cushions with lots of left-hand side, or maybe play less side and open them off the 3rd cushion, the sort of the black cushion. Either way,
Luca Brecel 6.
one player will have to take charge of this match from this point. Ronnie knows that Luca can beat him, otherwise he wouldn't have done so at the World Championships. Of course, from 10-6 down, he played brilliantly. Maybe that memory is in there somewhere for O'Sullivan. He's not phased. Brecel. Luca is not to be underestimated under any circumstances. I think we know that about him now, what he achieved at the Crucible. Very telling safety shot potentially. He had the brown ball in his eye line. This will be hard to get safe from. I don't know what the plan was there, quite frankly. I don't think there was one.
Enemies. RonnieO'Sullivan 4.
I wonder if there's a temptation to have these put back, because I don't think Luca knew exactly what he was doing there with regards to leaving it safe. Anyway, Ronnie probably popped this, I suppose. Yeah, so best not to have it put back. Just a bit half-hearted, wasn't it, the Brecel shot? No great thought process in how he was going to escape from that snooker.
Six.
Now, when the black is respotted, is it clear? I think it is, to the right corner.
13. 14.
A bit awkward queuing, but he really wanted to move the red just below and to the left of the black away if he could. Might still be able to here, perhaps. Just grazed it. That's nice. Just pushed it down from its position.
21.
Black will be freed up completely in a minute. This is where he is an absolute master. I mean, people talk of, you know, if you're old enough to talk about top of the table billiards, where players play beautiful cannons and nursery cannons, all of these shots which they've become absolutely amazing at. Snooker's equivalent really is O'Sullivan around the black spot.
30.
He's an artist getting the balls into positions where he wants them. He's done it here again.
Yes, and now
37.
the frame's at his mercy.
$38.
I think his concentration did go, but his attitude has been the key thing this week, really. He's come here, clearly it's a tournament he respects hugely, having won it so many times. He was even out, you know, at the opening ceremony, taking part in that. That was a little kick, I think.
I think you're right. I was about to say, Dave, that to me was heavy, and for that reason his next shot is slightly more tricky than it should be. But it looks like he's recovered it well. You don't like to see a player's chances of making a break stopped by a bad contact. And where's the cue ball going this time?
48.
When he potted that red in the middle, he played on the pink, I would think, there, and ended up playing the yellow. And this frame has not been put away from something where you'd have
Ronnie
you might
O'Sullivan,
not have
48.
put your house on it, but you probably would have lost your garden shed there, thinking he wouldn't win the frame. It looked a certainty, didn't it?
Well, certainly when he developed the reds, he got into them. He just looked over the frame, but things went wrong, and it's only 47 in it. Another frame where he's not made a sizable break. It's been a bit of a pattern today, really.
I tell you, there's a handy little nudge on the blue ball, which doesn't give O'Sullivan a very easy escape up the table. Is he going to find a way? Goodness me, that looked... It didn't look like there was a path back. Can't think how he expected to get cue ball through a gap there. Reds were moving at the time. Well now, is there a twist in this frame? There could be.
Well, he made a terrific clearance, didn't he? First frame of the night, 65 to pinch it on the black. He's not led since he was 4-3 up earlier on.
Eight. Nine.
Now what's he on is the question. He's looking down the line.
60.
Is he on the red? I think he is, to the right hand red. And he didn't push the other red safe either. Just handy for him.
17.
Well, he potted it into the right side of the pocket when he wanted to pot it into the left side and hold. Could have run it around of two cushions there. Didn't think that one through overly. Now this recovery shot is big. It was even thinner than I first thought, because it only just reached. Absolutely, the cue ball didn't quite reach the middle pocket.
It's real watch through the finger stuff, isn't it, with Luca Brecel? He finds some pots, he finds some areas of the table. Well, he knew straight away that wasn't going in. And that could be frame over.
Pressure was just building in that break, wasn't it? Things were getting more difficult by the shot.
Well, it's another reprieve for O'Sullivan. I mean, Brecel, if he doesn't win tonight, and there's a long way to go, we'll look back on moments like this, really.
1.
Because O'Sullivan is being given the openings rather than sort of earning them. Not his problem, of course. He's trying to get to 11. That's the target.
4.
Needs the 2 reds here for 8-7.
5.
Yeah, a little bit of a relieved O'Sullivan, I should think. Inwardly, you wouldn't know it necessarily
11.
looking at him, but he knows he should have won this frame before now, but at least he has won it.
Yeah, I mean, as much as at times he struggled this week, you know, players have got to take advantage when they get the chance, because you know at some point he'll come good. He did against Higgins in the end, he did against Selby in the end. Actually, Ali Carter as well put him under some early pressure. He's responded each time. Brecel could have gone back in front there,
17.
but once again he's going to be chasing this final. He just lost his way. Again, the cue ball was finding past the table he didn't really want it to find.
24.
Well, this audience loved that one. Putting the blue across the baulk cushion.
$35.
So Brecel had the chance to steal, he didn't take it, and Ronnie O'Sullivan delighted to get in for that contribution. He's back in front in this thrilling Shanghai Masters final at 8-7.
From 16. Look at yourself to break.
So Luca Brecel gets the final underway again, frame 16. 8-7 it is to Ronnie O'Sullivan, looking for a 4th successive Shanghai Masters title. Of course, one of those was the ranking event version. He beat Judd Trump. Since then he's beaten Barry Hawkins and Shaun Murphy in the final.
Well, he didn't get all that close to that one. It was usually with those he's got extreme accuracy. Didn't even hit the jaw. Wow, Ronnie can get to it with the black there.
It might be a photographer possibly there, just moving in his eye line.
Now, if you can get the appropriate cannon on the red above the black, this could be an early chance. And that'll do it nicely.
Yeah, if he can win a frame in one visit, then that really does put Brecel under pressure, because most of the frames O'Sullivan has won today, he's needed several chances. But if he can start to score, then obviously he's a big favourite. Highest break 78 today from O'Sullivan.
16. 70.
Oh, he really got into them there. I thought he was going into the bunch, but he started to get enough spin just to be on the loose red.
25.
Well, he will have to get into the bunch. I'm just wondering how and when.
33.
He's played it pretty well without any great luck here. I don't see what more he could have done.
40.
Now, one that will test his long game here, this red, up into the green pocket. Well, he's passed the test. And some, that was a good shot. A little hard stun shot there. It wasn't obvious that he'd left a chance, Brecel. The cue ball and the red were very close together from the miss that Brecel played into the left corner. But
45.
only a couple of minutes later, we see that he's taken this break quite a long way already.
46.
Very good shot, isn't it, to get across there like that, swing it wide
53.
on these tables with the cloths and the cushions slide a little bit. It's hard to play that shot.
54.
I think expect a nudge into the bunch here rather than anything too pacey. Beautiful, delightful shot. That is how to get the reds open. What a shot.
And this is the thing
61.
we were saying earlier, you know, he's not bound to sort of struggle for long. We know it's in there, we've seen it this week. It's come out again here. RonnieO'Sullivan may be starting to make a dash for the winning line.
What if he's got any interest in the high break, David, in 141? He can get there, but
69.
they can't afford too many more low-value colours. Worth £10,000. John Higgins is the man in possession.
Yeah, as if he's not inflicted enough misery on John already in this tournament, winning from 5-2 down.
Well, he can get 144 if he keeps going red-black. Wouldn't be entirely sure whether O'Sullivan has even
77.
considered it, because not always the case with him. Still think about that century. It was his 1000th, wasn't it, where he ended up going off the black and Neil Robertson won the high break prize because of it.
Yeah, Robertson was fully aware of that. It makes the next frame big, obviously. If he can get to 10, then Brecel really does have it all to do. But it's how he's won this one that will concern the Belgian, I'm sure. He did say beforehand, RonnieO'Sullivan, once he gets in, is the best player amongst the balls. And this is why.
85.
Well, it's been a fabulous break, Dave. It really has.
86.
I mean, the way he's crafted this cue ball around the angles, he got into the bunch at the appropriate moment to go up for the brown ball on one occasion. Now he's on this red, goodness me.
93.
The break could be in jeopardy here.
94.
Well, it's black for Century. He's first of the final. Wonderful stuff. Once again from RonnieO'Sullivan, he's 7th of the tournament.
101. 102.
Even that shot was terrific. Screwing back and leaving the angle perfectly to get on the red. Oh, what about that for a place to put the cue ball? If you put it there with your hand, it would be absolutely exactly where it is now.
410.
John Higgins may have expected the break to go at some point. When you get to the last mini session of the final, obviously it's less likely. But the fact is, there's still 27 on here for a 143.
118. 121. 125.
Well, he's gone too far. Did not play on this down into the green pocket, top right.
130.
But it's been a truly magnificent break, and of course over the years we've seen some spellbinding breaks from O'Sullivan, but this one has been as good as most of them. It's been superb.
The black for the highest break of the tournament. In a key frame in the final, 143, a glorious total clearance from Ronnie O'Sullivan. He could have gone 8-7 down, but of course he won the last frame, and with that 143, he's just 2 from victory at 9-7.
Frame 17, Ronnie O'Sullivan to break.
Ronnie O'Sullivan needs 2 more frames to retain this Shanghai Masters title. He leads Luca Brecel 9-7. He's won the last frame with a magnificent break of 143, the highest of the tournament. That'll be worth 10,000, assuming he's not beaten by Brecel.
Well, talk about a red going over a pocket. We had one over each pocket there, and after on the back of that break, you don't really want to leave him anything. Never mind a choice of reds.
One.
Playing it slowly, you never quite know if you're going to get a minor drift. Be okay with where it finished. Just feel that he might be at the point where he's, I was going to say unstoppable, but that's not quite it. But very inspired stuff from O'Sullivan when he needs it most. Breaking all the rules there. You're meant to sort of, if you're changing your mind between what you're going to play on, you're meant to start again, but he just did it on the shot.
$40. 15. 20. 21. 28.
'Yes, he was just about on it. Couldn't really control the cue ball and take it out of bolt, so the big shot's going to have to continue if the break's to continue. Great shot, but I don't know if he's on the red or not. I think the blue might be covering. I don't see how much more he could have done with that shot than what he did.
No, I mean, he's sort of out Luca-ing Luca at the minute, isn't he? But break looks like it's over. Well, maybe not. The red's gone in.
Luca got out of his chair, didn't he? In the expectation of playing the next shot. What does he do here? Is he looking to take it even further, or he saw it hit 2 reds on the way through, the one that was potted?
Wow, big shot, great shot. So okay, he was lucky with the fluke, but that brown he had to get. He's going for the jugular now, 36. Sensing a big chance, feeling confident again, cueing brilliantly. This is still a struggle right now.
Amazing, isn't it?
43.
This break is keeping going somehow. I'm not sure quite how. Yes, he had the fluke. I mean, the break in the previous frame was absolute, complete and utter control of the cue ball. This time, it's been a very different break. But he's going to try and cut the brown in. It's thin. Now what? And red up into
47.
the green pocket, perhaps. The other one possibly into the yellow pocket. The options are there, but the shots, both of them, are difficult. Doesn't seem to be any stopping it at the moment.
No, I mean, this has looked like a sort of Brecel break, hasn't it? There's a sort of adventurous way he's made it.
Well, Luca's only hope is that somehow he leaves this over the pocket, but that's the only hope, really. You don't feel it's going to happen because he doesn't look like missing right now.
Well, he had a great chance to lead 8-7, but in a couple of moments' time he could be 10-7 down, one from defeat. Just shows how things can change.
Just one more red after this, and which red he could go into the 4 or play on the red down the cushion. And that's, I think, the consummate match play shot. Just roll this red in, get the frame 1 and see where the break ends. But no heroics here, I don't suppose.
63.
This is frame ball.
Very different break to the last one. But surely a frame winning break all the same. He was in complete control in the last frame. In this one, he's seen parts of the table he didn't know existed. But he's kept it going. Okay, got a fluke, but he's played some great stuff as well. And this could be another century. He's got all the reds into play. So he's well and truly made his move in this final. And it's been the story, really, of the tournament for him. There have been times when he has looked vulnerable, but his opponents haven't taken advantage. And it's a tall order, clearly, now for Brecel to turn this round.
79. 80. $86. 87. 93. 94.
So the pink for back-to-back centuries. Spellbinding stuff, this.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that the kind of break it's been in
100.
contrast to the previous.
102.
The various different colours he's had to take. He's been up and down the table. Cue ball's been everywhere. Whereas in the last frame, it was a magnificent display of cue ball control. This is more sort of free and easy stuff from O'Sullivan. More than one way for him to make a century break.
109.
And Luca got up, didn't he? Understandably thought he was going to play another shot. Then he got the fluke. And he sat back down again.
114.
8 centuries now in the 4 matches he's played in this tournament. Who's going to beat him in Shanghai? Nobody has since 2016. It might be another 12 months before anyone gets the chance. 120 to follow the 143. Brecel now going to have to win the last 4 because Ronnie O'Sullivan is 1 from claiming the trophy again. He leads by 10 frames to 7. Well, Luca Brecel getting some support here, as a lot of people would like to see him make this a lot closer. But he's in trouble. He's just sat out 2 centuries from Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's 10-7 to O'Sullivan. He needs 1. Brecel needs all 4.
Well, it feels really difficult to think of a way back from here. I guess you've got to get to 11. You've got to, win that last frame. And Luca Brecel is capable of inspiration of his own. But I mean, where do you even start? Maybe if O'Sullivan misses this, it'll give him something to aim for. I mean, he's had a little burst there, O'Sullivan, which is ended by that shot, by the way. But at like a 25-minute burst of absolute sensational snooker, which has now come to an end. Who knows? If Luca can come out and win a quick frame, then maybe there's still something in this match.
Well, we know he could do it because he did it against O'Sullivan at the Crucible. It wasn't quite the same. He was 10-6 down overnight. It wasn't at the point of defeat, but he reeled off 7 frames in no time at all. But he's seen, I think, the standard now that's got to be produced to stand a chance of turning this round.
It's been a really good final. I mean, obviously we knew it would be these two. They play such attacking snooker, lovely snooker to watch. I think Luca has played pretty well. He's just walked into something in the last couple of frames that hardly anyone can withstand.
Yeah, he had a chance for 8-7, didn't he? He just lost his way with the cue ball as he was attempting to make that clearance, and in the end he missed a red to the green pocket by quite a distance. That's sort of where it started.
23.
He's the only player under 30 in the top 16, Luca Brecel, so, he's got a lot of time still to achieve a lot in this sport. Even Ronnie O'Sullivan has to retire at some point. When it'll be, I wouldn't like to say, the way he's playing at the moment.
30. $37. 38.
He's played that well, He didn't have a big angle, but he really got behind the red nicely. This is good from Brecel. He had a lot of sitting down time and saw balls flying in from all angles.
$44. 51.
The problem here is in potting the red that he's going to play. It's hard to see him avoiding those 6 reds. You have to really dig into the cue ball, but I still think he'll hit them. So I'm just going to try and plough through them. Has the pink come to his rescue up there? Can he get through?
Pink ball.
He's playing the pink anyway. Whether it be cushion first, I think it is.
Look up yourself, 52.
He's been unlucky on the previous shot. I mean, he tried to top the cue ball through the bunch. You never quite know how that's going to end up. Now, the biggest problem here for Brecel is that he may have played his last shot because of the mood O'Sullivan was in for 2 frames. You just don't know. You know, you would not put it beyond O'Sullivan to dish these.
Absolutely. And once again, at the crunch in a match this week, he's come good. I mean, if you were watching the other day when he played John Higgins, you would not believe that he'd still be here now. He really struggled. John was playing good stuff, just couldn't finish it off.
The other thing I'll say though about that, in the Higgins match, the Selby match, and this match with Luca Brecel, he has finished all 3 matches very strongly. He hasn't always played well, but the last few frames in all of those, he certainly has.
Yeah, killer instinct. Ronnie O'Sullivan
40.
Still top of the rankings.
50.
And may well still be Shanghai Masters champion in a few minutes' time. It would be 4 in a row, remember, here.
22. $23.
I was about to say that the problem red on the left side is the one, but I'm not even sure whether it's going to be a problem the way he's playing.
31.
Whether he decides to play it left-handed or move it, I don't know. All shots seem to come alike right now. Maybe here he just moves the red off a red
38.
and then finds some shot on his colour. Well, that's one way the break could end.
39.
A double kiss, which you couldn't know about. Does he try and keep it going, or he's got a guaranteed snooker if he wants it? He's in no mood to let Brecel back to the table, and if this red goes in, I don't think he will be coming back.
Well, again, beautifully cued on the brown. This is the key shot now, surely. But it's not there. A reprieve.
Ronnie O'Sullivan,
All right,
43.
not left it on, but Brecel just delighted to see it stay out. the result.
He gets some applause, but clearly, as good as he is, he didn't know a thing about any of that.
Brecel hoping for the best here.
I don't think Ronnie would begrudge him that, because he had a bit of fortune himself, not only with the fluke but with the last shot. So Luca must have been wondering if he wasn't going to get another shot. Now he's got a chance. I think the crowd would like to see this match continue. I mean, it's got the makings of a few more twists if he can win this frame. Desperate for the cue ball to run a little bit further. And I don't know if the yellow would have gone between the green and brown into that top left pocket. The answer is no, according to Hawkeye. Probably played on it in the middle. The safety shot is going to have to be good. It's going to have to be a snooker. As he's going for it. Well, why play safe? You can take a shot like that on.
Luca, Brecel 6.
I guess a lot of players would have rolled up behind the green. It's not Luca's style, is it? Maybe it's cost him this time.
2.
Well, it's kind of not been the fashion this evening, has it, to play like that way for either of them? But this is his chance now to get it won.
Five.
The most extraordinary player we've ever seen, and what's particularly extraordinary is that
9.
here he is, his 32nd season on tour, and he's still the man to beat. Luca Brecel is the world champion, but Ronnie O'Sullivan, world number 1, completely dominant in this tournament.
Just got one more thing to do here, and that's get some sort of an angle on the pink to make it possible to get over on the black.
14.
No, he's certainly got an angle here. Swinging the cue ball round. It looks a natural. Oh, it was a natural, but he forgot the most important part.
Well, you heard the groan from the crowd. A lot of distance between these two balls, though. Brecel had the best view of that.
Yes, I think he seemed to surprise the crowd. I mean, look, I don't even know. Does this cut? It's the thinnest of thin. If it does, it's a horrible shot. Oh, wow. Brilliant. And, of course, crucially,
6.
Ronnie will need the black twice to win the frame and match.
What a dramatic frame. Peggy Lee trying to silence the crowd, keep them still. Brecel needs the black to extend the final, but it's not there. So it could yet be a respot.
Luca, Brecel 6.
well played. In fact, very well played. The object ball was obviously always going to be complete priority there.
It's a full-length double. What a frame. The final looked over. RonnieO'Sullivan had the chance to clear. But this black flying into the yellow pocket has extended it. Extraordinary 10-8. You just get the feeling there could be some more drama to come. To extend this final, still a potential for 3 more.
I suppose O'Sullivan, despite his brilliance and despite the fact that he is still in front by 2, must be thinking about that pink, which was near the pocket. Let's be honest, the balls he'd knocked in, you know, and if in an hour's time, does it mean that Luca's come back to beat him? Who knows? It's very surprising. Miss Luca seemed to surprise anybody. That's quite a poor safety shot. You think that the believes that the cue ball bounced unnaturally from that bottom cushion, but I don't think the line was great that he played down. And this is a long red which could offer plenty, but by no means is it easy, this range. That is a fantastic shot, that really is. The way that he caressed that in. It was a sort of shot, I don't think he could really hit it too hard, because the cue ball would probably come across beyond getting on the black. He floated it in. Well, if he's on that red up into the green pocket, that's very handy indeed. It was not what he played on by any stretch.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 8.
He knows that was potential to be the key shot, actually, if he was going to make a match-winning break. It's nicely on the black, but the red is not in. The audience are being royally entertained, aren't they? They're living every moment of this final. Yeah, excellent pot. He was always going to take one on anyway, I think, but with the red in bulk, he kind of was forced into it. So let's see, after that thrilling conclusion to the last frame if he can now start to produce that little burst like he did in the first session, where he reeled off 3 frames in no time at all.
Five. Ten.
So he's got to take full advantage, knowing that the way O'Sullivan has started to play, then maybe one chance like this, a frame could be all you do get. Can't assume that others are going to come your way. That'll do him, I think. Shifting that red like that.
18.
Yeah, for all the sort of glamour stuff we've seen in the final, this is where the sort of boring break could actually be nice for him. Just try and
19.
make enough here. Keep in nice control to take us into another frame.
$26. 27. 34. 35.
'It's pretty good stuff, isn't it? I mean, it really
40.
is the standard of play we're seeing in this session. And since the mid-session
43.
interval, it's been quite dazzling snooker from both players. Mostly O'Sullivan, but Luca's now having his say. Could play to just nudge the reds. He may not feel that he has to do that, but he might play a little delicate nudge directly into them from this blue. There is a red below the bunch he could play on. I think that's what he's decided in the end, to play on the loose one. Cannons, of course, can go wrong.
56. 57.
Well, he's looked cool here, and he's crucially just kept control. He hasn't been visiting parts of the table he didn't want to see. .56 in front.
64.
So red and a colour. It should be 10-9. Sullivan took that red onto the green pocket to try and keep the break going.
65.
But didn't get it. So one snooker required.
70.
Yeah, and one other red, I think, for Luca to definitely secure the frame.
Well,
71.
what a terrific match this is, and what an exciting finish we have in prospect. 19 frames down, 2 to go. Ronnie O'Sullivan will be hoping it's 1 to go, of course.
Well, I think we've already said it, but I'll say it again. You must never underestimate Luca Brecel. Always known as a talent, but what he's achieved this year makes us know that there's a lot more to it than that. The talent is one thing. He can do things which have surprised a lot of snooker people when he won that world title. The manner in all those victories, the comebacks, everything. He's not out of this match by any means.
Yeah, and of course O'Sullivan had a ringside seat in Sheffield for that, in the quarter-final. A lot happened after that, of course. Cue balls having the nerve to go in the pocket, so it's not a century, but a fine 83 from Luca Brecel to extend the match further. There's a potential for 2 more. O'Sullivan 10, Brecel 9.
From 20. Luca Brecel to break.
So now it just feels like Ronnie O'Sullivan is slightly on the back foot, having been Luca firmly in that position for the onslaught O'Sullivan put up to him. I mean, wouldn't it be something if it did go all the way to 10-all? It really would be amazing, given the sort of match it's been. It's been cavalier approach from both players.
The 2 invitation finals O'Sullivan's won here were both 11-9 actually, against Hawkins and Murphy. He'd love that right now, of course.
It's not a favourable kiss, not really. Goodness, he's looking at the blue here. Well, this is a massive shot to be playing. Well, I think it was just the pace which stopped it going in. It was very, very close. Played any slower, I think it would have just gone in. He knows how close.
One. Eight. Nine.
Well, that looks A1 to get into the bunch here. They're very, very tightly grouped though. And they kind of still are. It was a really compacted bunch of reds, which
16.
you've got to sort of almost get the magic shot in to spread them. O'Sullivan couldn't quite manage it there for once. Usually he does it.
RonnieO'Sullivan 16.
We've not seen that much safety, I suppose, this evening, but some good stuff being played here.
Well, I mean, the way these two have been potting, the safety is probably more important than ever when it happens.
Foul. And a miss. RonnieO'Sullivan 4.
Thinness of edges is what he was hoping for. He might get a chance to play it better because the balls are being replaced. Of course, he has got a clear shot at Reds, but he doesn't want to play anything else. Should he miss again, it'll be a different thing, because he'll play an alternative shot. But for now, we'll just see what happens on attempt number 2. It looks like he's playing a safety shot with a view to maybe nudging the red to the left of the blue in off of another red. Well, the safety shot was priority.
Yeah, the world's loudest sneeze didn't put him off either. Well, it's the calm before what seems likely to be another storm of some sort from one of these two. They played at the Masters, didn't they, at the start of the year, and Brecel was well beaten there, 6-1. But of course, having won the World Championship is just a completely different feel to him, and feel, I'm sure, to playing him as well. Everyone having seen firsthand what he's capable of.
I think back then, you know, before he moved his game up a notch, someone like his style would be tailor-made for O'Sullivan, but not when he's knocking everything in from all angles. It's not really tailor-made for anyone, someone doing that. That's kind of where his game's been for a good few months. So we've always known it's in there somewhere. Certain players, it never seems to emerge, but massively in the case of Luca, it's all clicked for him. This is really tough. To get the cue ball up well, though, it's a good shot. Always a chance of a double kiss on those shots if you catch it too thinly. At least it's kind of taken the sting out of the match, this frame. Safety bout like this. Sort of brought both players down to earth with a bit of a bump, this exchange.
See all the dignitaries there having taken their seats. Of course, taken a lot of planning to get these events back on in China. A lot of work's been done on both sides to establish 4 events this season, and this one has been terrific.
One.
Well, that's no good to him. No good at all.
RonnieO'Sullivan
Ever since he
1.
missed that pink to, well, he landed on the black, so it was potentially to kill the match off 11-7. Things haven't quite gone for him. It looks quite troublesome getting back down the table. I think the red and the pink close together are a bit of a target to hit on the way back up if you're not careful, because target you want to avoid, not hit. So this is not the most straightforward of safety shots. Well, he did well to avoid those 2 balls anyway, the red and the pink. But it's a congested table, and in an otherwise free scoring evening session here in Shanghai. That was very sweet. Very sweet. And after all those breaks, that little spell where he hit back-to-back hundreds, including the highest break of the Shanghai Masters, here, be looking for about a 50 break, I think. And that would be quite something where the balls are. Get a big kick there. Cue ball didn't really move very far.
5.
I think what he's thinking is, I can pop the red, yes, but how on earth do I get on a colour? Been quite lucky there, he has left a red.
RonnieO'Sullivan 5.
But the red that he's left is not easy. This wasn't particularly close. I think his mind was on what the cue ball was going to do. If Luca takes on this red, I think it pretty much has to go in. Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot. That has really put him into a position where he can get himself in front now. Finished in between on about a choice of 3 reds here.
Well, straight away it's turned into another adventure, this.
Yeah, it is an adventure, and it's just a question of one positional shot which could put him in an even better place than he is now. At the moment he's just chasing this break a little bit to make it happen. Didn't have enough right hand side on it. Don't know if the black goes to the middle, but even then it'd be a horrid shot. I think he surely has to play a safety shot here. It's going to have to be a good one. That was the moment, wasn't it? You wonder if it was just all a bit too much. Just couldn't quite drag this break along. He was one sort of shot behind on position. It's not the easiest safety shot, in fact. How do you get up the table? Can you see the wrong edge of pink and black? Neither of which take him for easy safety. He's going for it. He's going for it.
Luca Brecel, 12.
That was horrid, but let's be honest, he didn't have many options. Maybe he kind of half went for it and hoped that O'Sullivan might have difficulty with this.
One.
Well, there's a lot of work to do yet, but he can certainly take it to a point where he won't need the yellow. With enough reds here, it's already 19 in front.
7.
Yeah, that cue ball just went on, didn't it? A little too far. Both players have had a real problem in this frame. It's been awkward.
RonnieO'Sullivan 14.
It's a handy lead though, isn't it? 27 points in the context of a frame where the balls are everywhere, basically.
Yeah, it would be ironic, really, if this was the frame that won him the whole tournament, because it's been not at all representative of the match overall, which has been very free-flowing.
Well, that's a magnificent shot. He's dropping it in, playing up the table against the net. You've got to drop it slowly. An incredible shot, really. Easy to misjudge. So what is his aims here? I think he's got to just try and get somewhere near Ronnie O'Sullivan's point score in this frame. It's not really easy to see how he could win the frame here. In fact, it'd be very difficult to, but just get a few points back.
Yeah, caught the green, so it's a real swimming through glue stuff, this frame. It's a real trudge, but obviously so important. At 10-9.
Well, he was up straight away, even before the cue ball had reached the red. He knew he hadn't got the shot right.
Amazing. He was not going to take his eye off that red, was he? So certainly a chance for Brecel to make the frame, be scoring the frame closer. It's been a very disjointed affair.
One.
Well, this is a better chance than some of the ones that have gone before, isn't it? With the balls up the table now looking more promising.
Eight.
I don't know if there's just a thought somewhere in his mind that he could swing the cue ball round onto the yellow here, develop it. It's the only ball that's going to cause him a problem. Don't think he did play that.
9.
That's obviously a good shot. The yellow will be an issue later, but not just yet. It's getting very tense. It's a different atmosphere. It's been a terrific day. Wonderful break building, both players. Now, the tension's crept in, and it's kind of how you almost want these matches to end, with a bit of a nail biter, and we could be on for one.
15.
Just a slight issue with getting on that red up by the green. If he could have been perhaps on the green itself or the brown, it'd be easy. But if he's on the blue and he leaves all those balls up there, getting on the red's not easy. So I think he is
16.
playing on the green. Very nice.
$19. $20.
I just think he had to play the cannon there like he did. I mean, he just couldn't play on the yellow. It would be horrible along that cushion to get on the green. It's not worked. Well, for once, a very cautious shot from Brecel. It was just about getting the yellow ball safe. He didn't try anything else. No frills on that one.
You've got to think whoever gets first chance at the yellow is a big favourite for the frame. In O'Sullivan's case, the match. Everything else is there.
Wow. Enemies. Luca Brecel, 4. From here?
He's putting it in from where the cue ball is.
Interesting. I can't see much difference really between the two places. If anything, it could be easier from here. No, well, this tempt him because by no means is this an easy shot. Doesn't like to refuse much, Brecel.
Ronnie and a miss. RonnieO'Sullivan, 7.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't entirely sure, but I suppose the black wouldn't have moved otherwise.
Brecel was very quick to call it himself. Well, that is not one of his best. He walks away rather despondently.
Well, yes, Dave, I mean, it could be end of match, but this is not easy. Oh. It might have been on his mind to do something of that kind to cover it. I'm not ruling that out. Obviously he went for the pot, but he knew that the second prize might have been something like that. Oh, this looks vile, doesn't it? Playing with the spider into the cushion, looking away from the ball you're trying to hit. I mean, this is pretty evil business, this one. What a shot. What a shot. You think of players who might have been there 10 minutes trying to hit that. Me, one of them.
Well, this is by far the longest frame of the match, 31 minutes. O'Sullivan continuing to turn the screw. Looking for a good chance at the yellow and therefore to take out this final.
Oh, he needs help here. He needs help. Has he got cover or not? Is there a little gap through there? If it is, goodness, it could be the most golden of chances. Well, there was a gap. There was a gap.
The crowd getting ready to celebrate with him. It's been a fun match, this. Highly entertaining.
5.
Brecel needs a late twist.
Well, the only glimmer is he hasn't got straight on this brown. Straight on the brown, he cannot fail. He's got an angle. He's got to maybe go around the houses. I'm sure he'll do it. But if he's closer to the brown straighter, there's no problem at all. So he's
9.
only hope Brecel rests on this somehow not being potted.
Well, it's been a frame of twists.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 9.
He could have left himself, of course, a much easier blue than that, and he hasn't potted it. That was match ball, tournament ball.
I'll say one thing, the amount of time I watch snooker with Jimmy White and watch and marvel over O'Sullivan, and we've said one thing about him, just to pot a ball without any position like that, he occasionally misses them. You know, it's almost you're doing nothing but trying to pot it, and that has caused him problems before, and it's done it again. Massive miss. He's willing this blue ball to come down the table here, is Luca. I don't know why he hit it quite that hard. There had to be a controlled pace about it that was a little slower than that.
Second chance at the blue, and this time it's in. So 14 in front, 13 on. It's just been that sort of frame, though. You know, you wouldn't be surprised if there was more drama to come. One snooker required. Otherwise, it's O'Sullivan's title again.
RonnieO'Sullivan, 5.
It's been a great match, but I think it's about to end. A very nervy frame, not in keeping with what we've seen before, but brilliant all the same.
In it goes. Relief in the end. RonnieO'Sullivan reigns supreme in Shanghai once more. His 4th success in a row in the Shanghai Masters. Yeah, no great celebrations, just as I say, relief to get it done, because it was getting very nervy. Luca Brecel in final, really entertaining. It got a little bit nervy towards the end, but he got the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Still the man to beat here in Shanghai.
接下来我们有请中国台球协会代秘书长高坤鹏先生为冠